and we put our best foot forward, and you know, when it's finished, we look again and see if we went wrong or if we did well, and we move on.
Well, you're looking around right now, and you're still inside the top 4. What's the ambition going into the end of the round?
The ambition is to win the tournament. The end of the round, we're not too concerned about that because we're already there. We know, we'll probably be 4th or 5th, no matter what happens today. But in the second round, we'll get some chance to regroup if we're too low, and yeah, do what we could do.
How important do you think this match is to your ambitions of winning the tournament? That must be a difficult task to do.
Well, it's 2 games. We play them a second time. So it's important for us to get the experience to see how they're actually playing in a competitive environment with referees and so on, and see how the team adjusts.
Well, that was Mr. Cool himself, Mr. Michael Defoe. We also had an opportunity to speak to the assistant coach, in fact, he's a player coach, Joel Leslie Russell of Terminix Rangers. We're here with Joel Leslie Russell. Joel, you got a big game coming up today. You're still unbeaten. What's the mood in the camp?
The mood in the camp is a good one. We don't want to be too confident and get cocky and complacent, but obviously, being on top of the table, everyone wants to beat us, but we can't study them. We got to stay on top.
This is a top 4 clash. Does that bring any sort of nerves of playing a team inside the top 4 with you as well?
I think any game you play, you'll get nerves, but once you reach on the pitch and you get our first touch, it's all good.
I'm looking at your team, and you seem to be rotating players regularly in your squad. What accounts for that rotation?
It's basically to give players rest. We train really hard, so it's just to give players rest. We have a lot of depth in our squad, so it's basically everyone is in form. So let's try to rotate and keep everyone fresh as possible.
Last 2 matches, it seems that you have been jolted out of your comfort zone. You played your last game at the Arima Velodrome. You're back home today, but playing the earlier fixture. This is new for you guys. How does that feel?
It's football. No matter what, you have to adjust to the circumstances. So it's football, You just want to go out there and get the 3 points.
And we're coming close to the end of the round as well. Just 1 match day after this before the round flips over. What are you guys eyeing heading into that last match?
Just to stay on top, basically. As I said, every game is a final. We don't want to get complacent. We just want to keep on winning and try and best as possible to stay on top.
And any words for the fans this evening?
Just come out and support.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Well, it's lights, camera, and very soon we're ready for action. We take a break, and when we come back with match action. Anytime I realize that we look like we are low. I wasn't hearing anything now, so.
Everything? Yeah. No, they had you muted now. That's why.
King Stitchy, boy. Welcome to the Horquetta Recreation Ground in the picturesque East Trinidad, Horquetta to be exact. That's in the east of the island. And we're excited and ready. It's Ascension Tournament Match Week 8. Terminix Horquetta Rangers unbeaten. 7 wins, 1 draw. Coming up against Cunupia FC. 4th in the standings. And we expect exciting football action. While the crowd already beginning to pile in. As the team to make their way out very, very soon. But just about 90 years of football action piled into one. 41 goals scored by the top 5 players in the competition, who all will be playing on this match day here in Horquetta. So lots of excitement and lots of readiness in the crowd as they anticipate the action to come. James Saunders is my name. I'm joined by Colin Murray, and as we spoke about before, this first match should be a cracker.
It should be, and you know, as I said before, James, it's just a matter of how Canopia is going to approach this game. Do they really approach it in a way that they're going to be very defensive, looking to counterattack? You know, because that's the only way I think they will have a chance here. If they try to go toe-to-toe with Rangers, they're going to find themselves in problems. Their goalkeeper, that is John David, he's an excellent keeper. He's made some tremendous saves already. We've seen him in action, and he's certainly been a really tower of strength in their defense. But, you know, you look at our Rangers team that are very attacking, they love to score goals. They score goals for fun. And if Canopia is not solid at the back, and if they're not well organized in terms of defensively, and I'm talking even from their forward line go back, they've got to all defend to keep Rangers at bay. But it's going to be an interesting encounter. But somehow I can't see Rangers not coming away with a victory.
So referee Rodfin Harris will take charge of this match. The former Arima Fire, Doxky Wallace man, now professional referee. His resume stretches as far as the CONCACAF Gold Cup and the CONCACAF Champions League. He'll be assisted by Caleb Wales, who will be his first assistant. A man who's not short of experience, having done the Nations League. And he will be assisted as well by K. Myers. So, Canopia in red, they lie 4th in the standings at the moment, facing up against a Terminix Rangers team that are yet to be beaten. So the music blaring here in Horquetta, always a party atmosphere, but they're quite accustomed playing the final match as we take a break and we come back. Well, in case you just rejoined us, thank you so much for sticking around. Haven't missed much. Still goalless between Terminix Horquetta Rangers and Cunupia FC. We do apologize for the audio difficulties, but we're back on stream and live with you with the action. Just a couple of minutes gone so far in this encounter. And, well, neither of the team has really threatened the goal on either side. But just to keep you up to date with some of the changes in the lineup, Cunupia FC, no Kevon Showtime Woodley this time around, no Keon Daniel, he's also missing. While the Ghanaian centre-back Mensah misses out yet another week due to injury. So that's some of the changes that have been made on the Canopia end of things. For Terminix Rangers, Kadeem Corbin has been rested today. And, well, Real Gill, after his 2-goal performance, keeps his place in the squad, while Jamal Francois comes in as the main attacking threat together with Tyrone Charles. So those are the big changes made by either team. I'm joined by Colin Murray, and it's been easy going so far.
Yeah, it's a very interesting start, but Rangers with the first chance. Well,
the captain,
we
Jamal
talked about
Crichton,
David, didn't we, in goal for Canopia. I mean, this guy has been excellent. Yeah, this guy, David, has been absolutely brilliant in the goal for Canopia. And then he's pulled off another brilliant save that Rangers could have gone one up.
So here is Graham. Graham has forged a decent central defensive pairing with Stephen Julian in the absence of Mensah. There's Christian Maloney. Somebody will have to take up the reins of creating chances in the middle with the absence of Keon Daniel. Well, here's Gill off on one of those gallops of his. Well, he can just feel the tension as the defenders are backing away. Well, he's lost it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They can't be backing away. They've got to put the Rangers forwards and midfielders under pressure. If they keep backing away, it will create the room for Rangers. And of course, if you create room for any forward or midfielder with the souls, they're going to take advantage of it.
Well, it's a tussle for this one. Sturge to Crichton. Had the best chance of the match so far, but he gives away possession now. Maloney. Oh, making room for himself here. And he could get his man going forward here, Dominic Douglas. And should be easy in the end for Jabari Bryce. Oh, the goalkeepers for Rangers have been rotated well.
I think that was a blind back pass from Russell. He headed it back, thinking his goalkeeper would have been more on the goal line, but he was a few meters out. And when he realized, thankfully, Russell headed it away from the goal. Had that been towards the goal, it could have very well been an own goal. But that's the defender. You can't be heading blind. You must realize your positional play and the positional play of your goalkeeper. He's never always on the line. But Canopia has been gifted a corner.
Bryce has come in for Jabari St-Hilaire, who's played the last couple of matches for Terminix Rangers. Both are national youth standouts. Both have equal capability. It's a corner. Maloney lines it up.
It seems that the red shirts are more to the far post. If you look at the red shirts, they're more to the far post.
Well, this one is aimed in brightly at the far post, and this time it gets to a white shirt. Still anybody's ball, but Bryce holds on. Didn't matter. The flag did go up.
It's been a good start, James, from Canopia. I think they're certainly not just standing around and playing dead. They're pushing Rangers, putting them under pressure. You know, the thing is, if you're going to play this high press, you've got to do it all the way. You can't afford to give them room. And I found that the previous attack, they were backing off at the wrong times.
Well, Daniel David looking to play Tyrone Charles in. Passed. Tempted to find him. Was well cut out in the end. Oh, he's tussling for this one, Crichton. And it's a Daniel David. Well, the elevation just too much as he leant back. And no harm for Jean-Pierre David.
not a big crowd at the moment because obviously it's the early kickoff, so that Rangers are not going to have that 12th man, which we'll have to wait and see how that affects them. But they've been accustomed playing to, I would estimate, close to 2,000 people on an evening for the 8 o'clock kickoff. But today, because they're on the 6 o'clock, we're looking at the crowd at the moment, and it's certainly not very big.
Well, Raul Felix has some white shirts to get past. He does get it over. Dominic Douglas headed away, only as far as Gill. Oh, he's so clever, isn't he? He's gotten past 2 Real Gill. Oh, well, he's just making them look like school children at the moment. But eventually met his match in terms of pace, but it should fall nicely for Ross Russell Jr. Yes, Gill. They never like him when he's going at full throttle. Well, not sure what the defender tried to do, but it opens up a chance for David. And Caleb Sturge tries his luck with no real luck in the end. But certainly danger created by Terminix Rangers.
Well, this Rion Gill, he's a dangerous player. From the time he picks up the ball, his intention is to run at the opposition goal. He weaves his way through, he's got good skill on the ball. He's one they've got to pay close attention to. If they give Rion Gill too much room, he's going to make them pay. Real Gill, sorry. If they give him too much room, he's going to make them pay, Real Gill.
Well, that was well intended. Not finding the intended target. Well, they do like to build up from the back, but it's under pressure. Well, that was well cut out. Rangers will fight to regain possession as Cunupia grab hold. But I just feel this is going to be a tough match for the team in 4th place, Cunupia FC in red. Many have huffed and puffed, tried to blow the unbeaten team Rangers over. None have succeeded.
But the longer it stays goalless, is the more confident they're going to feel, which is important. If they can keep this score goalless for say half an hour, they're going to feel confident and they're going to feel that, hey, let's go forward and try and get a goal.
Well, they're quite patient in their build-up as well, Canopia. The reputation of the transition by the team in white, it's well fabled, well documented.
Make no mistake, Canopia is a good team. I thought they had a bad week last week when they played Deportivo. They gave them too much room, they backed off, and Deportivo used the room they gave them quite efficiently.
Well, here's Real Gill. He's got the captain Graham, and well, it's not often that he can dribble past him.
It's good defending.
Real Gill found that out the hard way. Well, that's not as tidy as he anticipated. Here's Daniel David. Sturge. Given away. And Douglas can get the counter-attack going with Chubin Caesar. Oh, Javon Morris. He doesn't look the fastest of runners, Colin Murray, but he holds his own in a foot race.
He does. He's the good anticipation though from the keeper. He judged it well and came out, and because Caesar was closing in on that ball. He's very quick, isn't he, Trevin Caesar?
Trevin Caesar, of course, the former T&T international, has played in the USL. Back on home soil now. He's got lots of experience under his belt. Already one save for that man. And he's going to be keeping his eyes on that one. John Pierre David in the last match against Point Fortin, picking up 2 of the saves of the week. You just reckon that he might have a few more to pull out this evening if his team is to get something from this match. Oh, that's good interplay. Can they carve open some chances? That's well constructed. Matthew Sargent. Well, gave it away cheaply. And Daniel David will try to hurt them on the break.
It's good football.
And Cunupia find a way forward now.
I like the start Canupias have made, James. They're moving the ball around nicely. They're putting Rangers under pressure, not allowing them to get too complacent on the ball.
Well, they've tried to get Josiah going on that left side of attack for Canopia, but the attempts have not gone according to plan. Oh, that's some good legs there from Crichton as he tries to get his left side going. Well, I'm looking at the position of Isaiah Lee. He's one of the leading scorers in the competition at the moment, but he's playing out in a wide right position. It's a position that we haven't really seen him play much this season.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising. I thought he would have been, in a number 9 position more than anything else. But he's playing wide out on the right, and I don't think he's as effective down in that position as he is in the center of the striking role.
Well, here's Cowie. Goes searching, but only finds the arms of Rice.
Again, you look at Canopia, they're playing the ball over the top, but they're playing it too straight. They've got to play it a little bit wide so that the forwards can run onto it. Once you play it that straight, it's going to be easy for the keeper to just come out and claim it. But the idea is good because they're looking to play it just over the top of the defenders, but I think they're playing it too straight at the moment.
Well, here's Maloney. Lots of space. Rangers, they do enjoy sitting deep and hitting on the counter-attack. Canopia trying to explore their luck. Forward now. Search of Douglas. He does get a touch. And, I'm sure Leslie Russell and Ross Russell Jr. will be asking themselves some questions there.
Yeah, but there was no support there. No support for Douglas when that ball came across. He was looking to head it. He had no option but to head it towards the goal because there was nobody running onto it. Had he tried to head it back across goal. So he's, if they're going to play those type of balls, you've got to get men into the box.
Well, they want to throw. Still goalless. If you just joined us, as we've just gotten past the 20-minute mark in this opening fixture. It's a buffet. Take your pick. Top 4 teams in action this evening. Terminix Horquetta Rangers in first. They're up against Cunupia FC in red. And don't forget, following this match, Defence Force takes on Police. Tyrone Charles' touch is too heavy, and Douglas showing that he's got some touches.
You couldn't get a better doubleheader this evening, couldn't you? Because it's almost like the Big Four. It's almost, well, not like, it is the Big Four taking part in the action tonight. You see there again, a ball over the top. Just didn't, good defending. So the idea from Canopia is trying to get that ball over the top. When they do get it, they've just got to get it not as straight as they've been doing.
Well, Daniel David goes in search, and Cowie comes a long way across to get rid of that one. The right back just at the right place to get the head on that clearance. It seemed destined to find Tyrone Charles. Well, the flag goes up and wouldn't count. It's Myers, the second assistant referee. Just wonder what type of instructions he's going to be passing on as he gets ready to have his area bombarded by a real good service. Well, they're just piling in the big men. Joel Russell joins the party up front. Finds a white shirt and couldn't get the accuracy. But that's a warning.
Yeah, difficult header though. He always had to stretch to reach it. And then not only did he have to stretch to reach it, he had to turn the body and try to get the accuracy into the far corner. Had he got it, it would have been a brilliant goal. But it was always going to be difficult. And this man has been in fine form. It's going to take something special here tonight to beat him.
Oh, just listen to the drums here in La Horquetta. It's always a feature of football matches on a Friday evening. Always a festive atmosphere. But just a calm about the way that Canopia are starting their build-up. Well, the flag stays down here though. And well, Bryce had to be very, very alert. He's given away a corner, but I think that he might have hurt himself in the process. Well, the assistant, Caleb Wales, does signal in the end that it is a goal kick. But Bryce seems to be in a spot of bother.
But James, there again, ball over the top. This time, Bryce came out, he was a little late. Let's have a look. Cowie's ball over the top. There goes, is it Douglas? Daniel going there for it. And the keeper came a little too late, and Daniel got there before him. But there again, it was hit a little too straight, which gave Bryce the opportunity to come out. It's just he timed his run a little too late. But I like the tactics so far of Canopia, playing this ball over the top of the defenders, and people like Caesar, Daniel, Douglas running onto it. They've just got to get the accuracy of it and keep it a little bit away, as I said, from the keeper. But he's down. Let's hope he's all right and he can continue. Seems to have damaged his arm.
Well, there's been no signal to the bench just yet, although referee Harris is asking them what their options would be. No movement from the stretcher as well, so might be all right, might just be an impact injury.
It seemed to be his arm, actually. I saw the physio, the shoulder, yeah.
He's a big boy, and well, he's raring and ready for action.
And the good thing is he's got a goal kick, so he can rest for a few minutes. Had it been a corner, he would have been probably right back in the action. But this is turning out to be a really good game so far for Canopia. Yes, they've been troubled on a couple of occasions by the runs of Gill and Lee, but outside of that, they've held their own. And it's not just a matter of them defending; they're taking the attack to our Rangers.
Paul Graham, solid as ever, has marshaled the centre-back position well in the absence of his partner Mensah. Well, the whistle goes against Rangers, and it will be a Cunupia free kick. It's a tad unfortunate that they're missing their talisman this evening, Kevin Woodley.
Well, he's on the bench, isn't he? So, you know, again, that could be a tactical ploy. Wait until about 70 minutes. If it's still goalless, get him on and put the Rangers defenders under some pressure.
Sturge. Well, Sturge just letting him down there for a second. And we'll give possession to Canopia. Rangers certainly have been quite sluggish getting off the mark today. Haven't looked their usual fluent selves. All credit to Canopia, of course. Oh, is this a bad giveaway?
No control.
Didn't make use of the opportunity.
He lost it, James. His control let him down.
Here's Lee switching across to the left of the attack now. Well, this pass wayward. Daniel to fight to win it back, but it could be Canopia that's away here to Raul Felix. And well, he just found that Leslie Russell was a bit stronger than he imagined.
Didn't he read that well though? He timed his run to perfection in terms of his tackle, put in the tackle, very tough, robust tackle. There's Mr. Cool directing his team. And he's looking pretty happy actually with Michael Defoe, with what has gone on so far. He would be happy. 28 and a half minutes gone and still goalless. His team is in the game.
Cowie with the long run up, trying to find someone in red. Ball just over the head of Caesar. Still alive and finally gotten away by Gill. Well, it's a foot race now, and just went into touch, but Rangers keep it.
There's the Rangers coach, Dave Quamina. I think he must be disturbed a little bit because 30 minutes gone, no score yet, hasn't really created anything. They've had a couple of wayward shots, and really and truly, the Canopia defense and keeper, they've been on holiday.
But here's Gill. Sturge. Wow, Graham does really well, but he gives it away in a dangerous area. It's ping wall at the moment, and finally the big boot sends it into row 10. But the alarm bells are ringing.
Well,
and the Cunupia FC, well, they have to be careful.
James, as soon as I said they're on holiday,
but it's back in the area now, and oh goodness me, he just couldn't wrap his boot around it as the chance opened up nicely for Isaiah Lee, and I dare say perhaps their best chance of the match.
Oh yeah, and the first one was created by Gill. Look at the run from him. He made a beautiful run, got it wide, and he created a problem. So that's the problem man for Canopia. They've got to shut down Gill. They can't allow Gill to be making runs, because if they continue, he's going to sooner or later make them pay.
Still goalless as we pass the half-hour mark, and chances are starting to open up. Tyrone Charles, they keep it alive as Lee has the battle with Felix, battle that he wins. Here's Ross Russell Jr. Oh, that's a good turn. Looking for room. Well crowded in the end. Can he keep it alive? He has one a corner.
That's good going. Excellent. Rangers now starting to up the tempo a little bit. And it's a matter of keeping their concentration. Canopia, they've got to keep their concentration. If they don't, they're going to find themselves behind.
Well, they're sending the big bodies forward. Leslie Russell joins the captain, Jamal Crichton, as among the tallest in the area. They've got 7 white shirts. Can Real Gill find one?
It's not a good corner.
Sturge keeps it alive. Gill with a second bite. Well, that's clever. And that's good. Very good from Real Gill.
What an
well, they call him phenomenal. And the 18-year-old is certainly proving his worth, celebrating his call up to the Trinidad and Tobago under-20 team with yet another goal as Terminix the Horquetta Rangers break the deadlock in minute 32.
What a goal. What a brilliant goal. And we kept saying, this man, you've got to close him down. You've got to not allow him to run with the ball. What a cracker goal. He put it away from the keeper, took it on his left foot. Let's have a look. He got the return ball. You've got to close him down. He gave the impression he was going to cross, came inside. He went one way, went the next, and you could not have asked for a better finish. David in goal, he had absolutely no chance. He took it in the left foot and he went in the far corner. What a goal, a brilliant goal from Real Gill.
Well, I went to the Arima Velodrome last Saturday as they thrashed Central Soccer World 8-1. Came off the bench to score 2 goals, and I dare say I saw flashes of, well, I'm not even going to call that name, but it gave me chills. He just cuts in the inside and finds the far post with consummate ease. Reminds me of a particular Argentine in terms of style.
I tell you, it was absolutely brilliant. Real Gill in the 28th minute. I mean, you could not have asked for something better.
Well, I tell you, it's Canupia's opportunity to try and pull themselves back in the contest. That's hooked away. Tyrone Charles, well, I tell you what, had to get out of the way of Stephen Julian, who wasn't looking very pleased and wasn't about to let Tyrone Charles gallop out on his own. Well, Rangers, they've found their mojo, and Fort Knox have been penetrated.
You know, the thing is, James, you look at that goal and you can't really fault Canopia. You know, I think they've defended well. They would, you know, that was just pure brilliance, pure individual brilliance by a very, very talented young man.
Well, just looking at the offensive shape of Rangers, they're so fluent. Gill started off at the left of the attack. He's now across at the right, Francois, and they move seamlessly. But here he comes yet again, and well, I tell you what, a coat of paint might be missing on the far post as he grazed just wide of it.
I actually think he went for a cross ball and just couldn't find one of his players to finish it off. But again, they're just giving him too much room. They've got to close him down. That is the danger, man. Let's face facts for Rangers. Unless you close Gill down, he is going to punish you.
Well, they've been rattled. Cunupia FC, can they battle themselves back into the contest? Well, Ross Russell Jr. doing something that he's not well known for, defending. Says it in his position, but far from a defensive loving player, the left back. Oh, here's Gill. Crichton. Ross Jr., he's been kept quiet offensively in this match so far. Morris. And that's well cut out, intended for Sturge. Well, they're beating their drums louder here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. They can sense blood. The team lead by 1-0. Just under 10 minutes remaining in the first half.
A few more spectators have also come into the ground. When you look around in the background, you can see a few more spectators have come into the ground. They were looking at the TV and realized that Rangers needed support, and they've come down to the ground itself.
Cowie, it's gone a long way across to take that through. Julian looking for options and it's kept alive. Here's Douglas. Well, he's done well, hasn't he? Keeps it Matthew Sarrant. Chance could open up for Chavin Cesar. You expect him to do better in those sorts of positions. Heavy touch, but he keeps it well. Oh, just looking for the legs there of Daniel David, was having none of it. Here's Douglas, switching the attack.
It's a good ball.
Can Sarrant do something useful? All the way back to Felix. But it's a big switch as that one is played out into touch from Cunupia FC. They've also adjusted as well to the movements of the attacking trio of La Horquetta Rangers. Cowie has now gone across from right back into left back to deal with Gill. And well, the left back Matthew Sarrant has now come across to deal with Tyrone Charles. So they're not fooled.
Very interesting. But just heading back a little bit, Trevin Caesar had a cross ball there, James. He shaped to hit it one time, and for some reason he didn't, and he lost the chance. Yeah, it could have been the bounce. Could have been the bounce, but he shaped to hit it, and I thought he was going for the one-time shot.
Well, here's Sarant. Long, looking to Cesar. Easy for Morris in the end. You can just sense the absence of a target man for Cunupia FC. They've relied on Kevon Woodley. His 9 goals in the competition has carried them a long way. He's on the bench this evening. So they're asking who won that tussle, and it's Maloney and Cunupia. Just over 5 minutes remaining in the first half. Terminix Lahogta Rangers in white. They lead Cunupia FC by 1-0. Still the only unbeaten team in the competition, Rangers. Here's Graham.
Got lucky. His first touch was heavy.
And a break could be on here. Francois trying to get past Graham. Well, few have done that successfully all evening. Well, Terminix Rangers, they've got 48 years of history behind them. They a club rebranded by the Terminix brand just about 4 years ago. Did start off as Superstar Rangers before they had a name change to St. Anne's Rangers, and in recent time having been bought over by Richard Ferguson, now called Terminix Lahogta Rangers, and certainly a squad stacked with talent. But there's a chance opening up. Oh, that's a brilliant save. He had to get like a grave digger there, low, and dig his shovel in to keep that out. And wow, Cunupia are lucky. And it's thanks to that man in blue in the middle of your screen at the top.
We did say it's going to take something special to beat him. Let's have a look at this save from David. An absolutely brilliant save. The ball headed back across, and look at that, from just about 6 yards out. Dived to his right, and his palm was very strong in keeping that out. Excellent keeping. He was beaten by a goal that he couldn't do anything about it. But once it's close to him, I tell you, he's going to save it. He's a good keeper.
Well, Tyrone Charles would have had thoughts of goal number 6 in the competition. He already netted 5 for himself, and well, that save kept him from increasing that tally. There's Sturge. Well, just a few minutes remaining in the first half, and I think that the scoreline flatters Cunupia FC. Still trailed by 1-0 to the home team, Terminix Rangers. Could have been a different story.
I don't think they've done badly, actually. I think they've done well. You know, they've limited the couple of chances. The header was well saved by David. There was nothing they could have done about that goal. That was absolute brilliance. You know, but they've done well. They've competed. They've tried to come forward. They've knocked the ball around. They've gone over the top. They've tried to pass it around. I think they've done well.
Here's Sarant. Oh, he's done well to get past Lee. He's gotten past Ross Russell, but he's also gotten past the touchline.
And the thing is, James, when you're 1 goal down, you're always in it. You know, one mistake from the opposition and you're back to 1-0.
But it could be here. Douglas has one to throw. Well, they're just spurring them on from the bench at the moment. That man has been made to work. Chabin Cesar misfiring. Chance could still be open. Deflected. But it's still anybody's ball. Ross Russell Jr. sends his size 10 into the stands.
Even these long throws, they're almost like corners. And it's going to cause the Rangers defense some problems. So, you know, you think it's a throw. Yes, it is. But they're long throws right into the Rangers box. And that one dropped at the feet of Caesar, and he just couldn't get a shot away.
The Bryce looks much better now.
Good idea.
There's Daniel David tossing to keep possession, and he does well. Ross Russell Jr. looking for options ahead of him. Finds Lee. Can't get past Sarant. And Douglas could get the breakaway here now. Looking for options, and well, the run of Cesar was also spotted by Leslie Russell, who cut out that one.
Yeah, but there was Sarant was going wide.
There's a break on the opposite end opening up. Chance here. Wow, he just couldn't control it. Francois. Real Gill. They'll have nightmares about him, and well, they'll have more nightmares. It's a corner.
3 minutes added on time. But that raid just now from Canopia, Sarant was making a brilliant run wide on the right, and nobody picked him up. Nobody.
Real Gill, can he help add to his team's tally? Not this time. Second opportunity. Oh, this one is better. And might be a foul somewhere in there. Gives possession right back to Cunupia FC. Yeah, he's been big and brave, and they've struggled to get past him. So too that man. They've been the best players of Canopia so far. Goalkeeper and Graham.
That's right. I think defensively they've been solid. You know, you look at Cowie. Cowie has been good. Sarant here on the ball. He's been good. I tell you, I would like to see Woodley on. He's going to create some real problems, and let them go with 2 strikers. You've got nothing to lose. You're 1 goal down. Think about bringing on Woodley and let him strike. I would like to see Caesar go wide because of his speed, you know. He's got the space, he can go wide, get the ball across to Woodley. That to me is the option.
Caesar's height has always been a factor when he plays in a more interior role. Woodley, of course, can provide a bit more help in that department, as Sturge has an opportunity to take a rest. Well, he's had his hands full, hasn't he, Rodfin Harris? Started his refereeing career following in the footsteps of his father, former Central Zone head. Well, that man as well has another famous relative. You might know his older brother, Wayne Sturge, the famous lawyer. Wonder how he became a footballer.
In the final minute of added on time, and Canopia would want to make sure they don't give away anything in the last couple of seconds. They would want to go in just 1 goal down.
Well, this just might be the last bit of action for the half, as is confirmed by Rodfin Harris. And at half-time, Rangers hold a 1-0 advantage over Cunupia FC. We take a break and we come back with more. Well, the score at halftime, 1-0 in favor of Terminix Horquetta Rangers. A goal scored by Real Gill in the 32nd minute. And well, in case you missed it, well, tell you what, you missed a treat as we take a look back at some of the first half highlights. And it certainly was a first half that rocked and rolled, ebbed and flowed. First real chance opening up, Daniel Crichton, the skipper, forcing Daniel Jean-Pierre David into a big save. Then later, Daniel David sending that one to Mars. Real Gill would prove to be a thorn in the side of Canopia early. That one a warning as it flashed over the top from Joel Leslie Russell. And then Gill taking his man for a run, a slide, and then finding the far corner.
What a brilliant goal from him. Look at it. He faked at first as if to hit, and then just pushed it once again, and then hit it beautifully with that left foot. This guy is real talent.
Well, Caleb Sturge will get in on the act. Long throw, flicked on, and then how about this? That's like turning water to wine. A miracle save from Jean-Pierre David.
Talking about talent, that was another brilliant save. We've seen so many great saves from this guy. I mean, it's incredible.
So they scored halftime, 1-0 in favor of Terminix Horquetta Rangers as we see how they line up on the board. And well, it's a clear picture. 5 shots to 2 for Terminix Rangers over Canopia. And we look at the shots on target.
Yeah, well, shots on target 3. Canopia haven't had a shot on target yet. And of those 3 shots on target, 2 have been absolutely brilliant. We look at the fouls, no yellow cards, no red cards, the 1 offside, 2 corners for Rangers, none yet for Canopia. And you know, it's been a first half, and you look at those stats, James, and you can see dominated a little bit by Rangers in terms of goal mouth action. But Canopia is not out of it. And if this score remains at 1-0, remember, they've got the leading goal scorer on the bench. It's going to be tactical when they decide to bring him on. You know, and if this score remains 1-0 going into maybe 20, 25 minutes into the second half, they put him on. Anything is possible at that point in time.
Well, Terminix Rangers came into this match unbeaten. Does that look threatened at the moment in this match? Do you think that Canopia can threaten that?
Oh yeah, for sure. There's no doubt about it. They're a talented team. You know, you see how them. What I think they're missing, and again, they tried a tactical ploy. I think they're missing a real striker, a real number 9 there. Caesar, to me, is not that player. He had 1 or 2 opportunities. He didn't shoot. The man that they need there is Woodley. That is the man they need. Showtime. He needs to be in front of that Rangers goal, creating havoc in the Rangers defense. Let Caesar go wide. Push him up that wing. Let him get the balls across to Woodley and put Rangers under pressure. And until they do that, you know, and don't misunderstand me. I am not saying Rangers may not concede. But with Woodley on the field, it's going to be a little bit tougher on their defender. There is Caesar. Of course, he's striking tonight, but we have seen him in the past more of a wide role. But we'll have to wait and see.
Well, in a few minutes, we will rejoin the action and see if Cunupia FC can pull themselves back in the contest. We take a break, and when we come back, second half action. A 32nd minute Real Gill goal separates these teams as Terminix Horquetta Rangers hold on to a 1-0 lead over Cunupia FC. And just as he's made a difference in the first half, Cunupia FC in red will be hoping to make a difference in the remaining 45 minutes of this fixture. As the teams come back on the field, just one change, Colin Murray. Mikel Peter seems to be suiting up to come in.
Yeah, he seemed, but you know, we've been talking all along about Woodley and making the change for Canopia, but let's don't forget the coach of the assistant coach, Russell, he talked about resting some players. So they've got some of their first team players on the bench. People like Andrews, Asun,
Corbin as well.
Yeah, Corbin. So they've got some artillery on the bench as well to bring on. So let's and actually they've brought on artillery. They've made three substitutions?
Well, you've called it right.
Yes.
Can I have the lottery numbers?
Yeah.
So they've brought on 3 players, 2 of them with international experience. Kadeem Corbin, national under-20 youth talent, won the Caribbean Championship with Trinidad and Tobago all the way back in 2004, together with Ikem Andrews, who was also a part of that squad. Missed his last 2 matches because of injury, but they've got his experience back. And Junior Asun, the former Shiva Boys man, he is back in the lineup as well. And well, let the chess game begin, Colin Murray.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting with all these substitutions because Josiah Daniel has come off, and as you rightly said, Peters is on for him. But we've seen this kind of change before, haven't we? Where Rangers, they've brought on 3 players at half time. So let's see. But the 3 players they've brought on are all first team players.
Well, that's the signal to get the second half going, as the team in white, Terminix Rangers. At the moment, they continue the unbeaten run as they lead by 1-0, a goal scored by Real Gill in the 32nd minute. Lots of work to be done in this 45 for Canopia FC. Not a bad first half from them, but they need goals to make a contest of this one. Well, Cowie is coming in this match. Has to play in the left back position. Caesar is outnumbered at the moment. And can he keep it alive? He hopes to win a corner. Referee Harrison says it's a free kick. And I'll tell you what, we missed a change as well. Jabari Bryce has come out in goal, and Jabari St-Hilaire has come in.
That's right.
So perhaps that knock he took to the shoulder in the 25th minute, bearing fruit. This is a long punt that Kadeem Corbin will look to keep alive. And it came off the boot of a red shirt and almost flew past his own keeper. He's now saying, keep calm, guys. And it's a corner. It's Corbin already with an impact since coming on. Such a talented striker, the man from West Trinidad. Well, this finds the head of Sturge and goes past everybody as Asun keeps it alive. Well, they've really shared their goals in attack, Terminix Rangers. There's quite a couple of players on the leading goal scorer chart on the field at the moment. Well, even this man, the left back, Ross Russell Jr., has been among the goals, and it's his duty now to send one long into the area. Call the battle for this one. Finally, Canopia get it as far as Russell. Heavy touch, gives it to Asun. Oh, this is a good run that could find Gill. And Gill one bounce and well, the second chance. Well, he came close. Can't fault him for that. He just feel that he should have hit the target from that range. He has hit it on numerous occasions. just not that time.
He would be very disappointed. But what a ball from Russell. That was an absolute peach of a ball over the top. And all Gill had to do was to run onto it, brought it under control. He went for the far post and it just did a little too much. But look at this ball. What a ball. Over the top, and he couldn't ask for anything more. He tried to go far post and he put a little bit too much on it. Yeah. But what a ball. That, I mean, you know, he could not have asked for a better ball than what he got there from Leslie Russell. It was an absolute brilliant ball from a defender who is full of confidence, a good tackler, a good passer of the ball is Russell. Brilliant.
But I think if there's one thing that he might be criticized of from a technical standpoint, it's maybe not using his instep.
Yeah.
It seemed to side-foot it.
Yeah, I think he went for the far post and he more or less tried to side-foot it into the far corner, but really and truly.
Well, he finds himself sidelined at the moment.
Yeah, that was a tough collision. That was a real tough collision. Let's hope he's all right, Gill, because if he has to come off, Rangers are going to miss him.
No, he's cool about it. I'm not sure.
Well, it's not his play. He must be cool about it. But
I'm not sure Dave Corman now will feel the same way on the opposite bench.
That's for sure.
Well, they get an opportunity to rest.
Let's have a look at it again, James. Look at it. Both men going at it. And we'll have a look at the collision just about here. Ooh, that was tough. That was rough. And Gill, as I said, Gill is not a big man. Now he's holding his wrists. But I thought more damage would have been done to his ribs because it was a heavy clash. Seems to be all right. He's again flexing his wrist. Let's hope nothing is wrong.
Well, the good news is he's back on his feet, and I think that's the part of his body that they try to protect at all costs, and might just be his arm, the trailing
holding
leg
his wrist,
getting his wrist. He's called for a change there initially. If you do look at him again closely.
Yeah. I wonder if it's more damage than you think. You know, maybe, I hope it's not a fracture or anything like that.
Well, on the opposite end, Ike Manjus linking up with his former national youth teammate, Kadeem Corbin. Well, trying to find Andrews, he does get a touch, and fortunately for Cunupia, it's not the strongest of touch as they try to break on the opposite end. Paul Peters is a strong lad, that opened up some space, but he's run into traffic. And this is where Rangers get dangerous as they pull bodies forward. Well, took one to the face there. We call that taking one for the team, Maloney. But he has ensured that the play has been broken up painfully. And we may just have another stoppage as well, as another man has gone down. Well, speaking of men down at the moment, as Maloney gets treatment, the good news from a Rangers perspective is that Real Gill is set to make his way back onto the field.
That's important. There he is.
Look at his left hand.
Yeah, well, it couldn't be that serious because, you know, it's just bandaged up and it's rearing to go again. So that's good news. That's brilliant news for Rangers.
Looks more like a heavyweight boxer at the moment, with an ice pack to the right side of his face than a footballer. Sign that things are getting rough out there. Well, everybody's back on their feet, and football should continue soon. Well, the second half has only just started, just 7.5 minutes into the second half, and boy oh boy, have we seen some tumbles.
Well, both teams very committed. You could see it, in the tackling, even when they're going forward in attack. Both teams very, very committed here this evening. And one expects that because it's all to play for. Rangers wouldn't want to be dropping points here tonight, whereas Canopia, they would like to get a little closer to the top 3.
Well, if William Shakespeare doing commentary would say, all's well that ends well as play resumes, and well, it's a good catch to start things off.
I tell you, I like the look of David. I remember seeing him in the very first game, and he was man of the match in that game. And he's a very confident goalkeeper. What I like about him, he works the 6-yard box. He commands that, and he's a good shot stopper, a corner for Canopia.
Well, the slight appeal for handball as might have came off the forearm of Leslie Russell. The assistant on the far side, Myers, was much closer to the action. He saw nothing wrong. And, well, they've called for a big change, Cunupia FC. And it's the man that the fans would have demanded. As Kevin Showtime Woodley is gearing himself up to come in. Scored 9 goals in the competition so far. They're trying to get him in ahead of this corner's Chavin Cesar is being asked to leave the field by the referee in the far left of your screen. So Chavin Cesar makes his way off for his Sebegonian colleague. But in fact, I tell you what, it's not Woodley. Woodley hasn't gone on just yet. But he is setting up to come in. And there we go. Should enter your picture anytime soon as you hear loud cheers around the ground. They would like to see him add to the 9 goals that he scored in the competition so far. And they'll have to take that again. So Kwesi Allen has come in for Dominic Douglas, while Kevin Woodley, that man, and well, you get the respect from both teams when they assist you in putting on your captain's armband. Capitan. Trinidad and Tobago beat Soccer International.
I can't recall ever seeing that. An opponent putting on the captain's armband on your opposing captain.
Well, can he get inside? Wow, how close was that? Tell you what, Jabari said that they had to get jiggy with it. And in the end, he denied that man who looks bewildered, to say the least.
Isn't that Allen who's just come on as a substitute? Well, what an inspired change that would have been if he put that ball into the back of the net. So immediately, Canopia, with the changes, they're starting to get on the front foot.
Well, they've rolled the dice. Can they get some luck with it? Again, Allen at the end of it, and well, he can't keep that out this time. Well, he huffed, he puffed, he was let out, but this time the house goes down as the substitute, the super sub, Kwesi Allen, is a hero as he puts Cunupia FC level.
Well, you should have looked at the dugout. Sorry we didn't get a picture of the dugout at that point in time. Mr. Cool, the Canopia coach, was going absolutely berserk, and he has all right to do that, because what an inspired substitution. Look at the header, a looping header into the far corner. It hit the inside of the post and rolled in. Well, Kwesi Allen, well done to Mr. Cool, Mr. Michael Defoe, and that change. And when we were looking at Woodley to put it into the back of the net, it came up Kwesi Allen. What an inspired substitution, and game on.
Well, it's certainly all to play for at the moment. The contenders have rattled the champions of the champions in waiting. Still early, but could we see the end of the unbeaten run of Terminix Horquetta Rangers? Canopia certainly seem to think that they are in with a shot now. Well, it did going clumsy there, Crichton, and seemed to have come out worse for it. He's played every single minute of every single game for Terminix Rangers, the captain Jamal Crichton. And well, you'd hope to continue that as he gets attention to his left knee. Oh, it's his ankle.
It's the ankle, yeah.
Well, look at that.
You know,
Miraculous pour of water.
the thing about it, James, you look at the substitute came on, both of the substitutes for the corner, and you would have thought Rangers would have been looking at Woodley. That was the danger man. Nobody thought of Kwesi Allen. But after the first touch was that header that Centilla pushed over the bar, surely somebody needed to pick up Allen. But wonderful substitution and a wonderful goal, and it has made for a good game.
Tell you what, the only thing missing from that was once upon a time before it, because that's the stuff of fairy tales, my friend. Well, just feel the confidence riding high in the Cunupia FC camp, but they've given it away, and this is where Rangers are dangerous. Like Manju sent the chase. There's the goal scorer Allen. Well, they're giving him all the attention in the world now.
Yeah, and you're so right. This is where Rangers are dangerous. Canopia, they've got to be careful. They're bubbling now. They're confident. They're going forward. But they're going forward in numbers. And when you go forward in numbers, you leave space at the back. And when you leave space at the back, it opens up for the offensive opposing team.
Well, here is Gill. They would have seen some magic from him early. This is not one of those times, as Gill finally gets into play. Junior Asun, of course, the man on the far side, as he's fouled, and he will have an opportunity to swing one over.
Well, the coach is going berserk, Mr. Cool, because it's obvious that he's given instructions do not allow Gill to run with the ball. And they backed off of him. And when you back off of this guy, he's going to make you pay. He's got a free kick now.
Well, they've got 9 bodies inside the area, Terminix Rangers. And they've got one superstar to swing one over. Well, the man goes down, and a chance still opening up for the captain, Crichton. Wow, he turned away from goal there. And Cunupia are happy at that decision because they managed to scramble it away. Well, not quite just yet. Here's Morris back into the soup. Sturge. Well, that's clever from Gill. Sturge. It's a good dummy. Oh, and that's good for Gill. Flag stays down. And can he get a one at the end of this? Wow, they're just running into each other's way at the moment. Chance opening up for Asun now. And a lunging tackle from Graham finally sees the danger abated. Excitement, excitement.
Well, Rangers they've upped the tempo. Since they've conceded that goal, they've suddenly woken up and they're rushing at the Canopia team. They're not giving them any chance, no breathing room at all.
Ball's away as Woodley gets Allen going. Well, he tried to be clever, lost possession in a bad area. And Ross Russell Jr. is off to the races. He has 2 to aim at, one of them Gill. Well, Stutz took it away from him, but a heavy push as well. And the referee's assistant, Caleb, says it's all in fair play. Real Gill might have something else to say.
Yeah, I don't think he was happy with that tackle. That was real debatable because it seemed that he was being nudged off the ball. But he wasn't happy with the tackle. The referee thought otherwise. And the referee said, come on, get up, fair tackle. And he's the man in charge.
Well, if it's one man full of experience, is the assistant first referee, Caleb Wales. Quite experienced referee. Officiated at the CONCACAF Nations League. And
as a rhythm section, always they work harder than the footballers.
That I agree.
Coach Kwamina.
Well, you judge for yourself what he's saying.
Well, whatever he's saying, he's not a happy man. But I must say, Rangers have certainly upped the tempo since they conceded that goal.
Well, here's Allen and Sturge. Wow. No problem getting down and dirty. But it's still alive here to Kevon Woodley. This is the competition's top goal scorer inside the area, and St. Hilaire happy to hold on. Looking for Asun. Falls to Ike Manjus, and it's cut out by a red shirt. Sarant gets it forward. Peters trying to find Woodley, not this time. Back to Graham. Well, he's found a pocket of space. Can they exploit it? Here's Woodley. Chance opening up, and Javon Morris gets in the way.
Well, Allen was standing all alone wide at a left wing position, and nobody saw him.
Well, I tell you what, certainly wasn't having fun there. Maloney defending the raw pace of Daniel David, and Rutphin Harris is saying no more. I saw what you did. Daniel David, of course, a product of Trendsetter Hawks, and the famous coach Dada Wickham. You'd be familiar with him, Colin Murray.
Yeah, certainly.
Well, can they get some joy from this attack? Headed away as far as David, and well, it might be deflected. It's a goal kick.
It was always difficult because he was backing away. The ball was just bouncing in front of him, and he just couldn't get over the ball to keep it down. But it was always going to be difficult for him to get that shot on target. There's Woodley. He's been the centre of attention for the Rangers defence since he's come on. He's not getting any room at all from Morris or from Russell. There's Morris, already started. Yeah, he's already started. Woodley is walking away from him, but he's going straight to Russell. He's sort of in between the two of them, looking probably for a ball over the top.
Well, we've gone past the hour mark, 5 minutes past. All square, all to play for. Maloney looking for Woodley, and St. Hilaire's quicker.
Good ball, just a little too much on it, and you know, but a good idea, just playing it over the top, looking for Woodley.
Well, he was protecting that left arm of his as he went into that challenge there, Real Gill, but he seems well. Here's Ike Manjus. Show taken quickly, can open up some space on the far side. Here's Daniel David. Well, this time he gets one to stay down, and well, the goalkeeper made himself big, but can he do it again? He does. Well, I tell you what, Superman, eat your heart out. It's no longer Clark Kent, but Jean-Pierre David.
Let me tell you something. If you think that second save was brilliant, the first one was even better. This ball dropped in front of him. What an awkward bounce. And he got his body behind it. And then this one, he was just off the line and he pushed it over the bar. This guy is absolutely the real deal. That first save to me was so brilliant, James, because it dropped just in front of him and the ball was moving. So he couldn't hold it, had to get his body behind it. Let's have a look at it. Look where this ball drops. James, you're a former goalkeeper, aren't you?
But he did everything right. Kept his eyes on it, kept his body behind it. Can't find any fault there. Philippe Corbin does strike it very powerfully.
And then when he gets up, he has one now. He came off his line a little bit, had one going over the top into the V, and he had to backpedal and push it over the bar. This has been an outstanding display from this guy.
Well, the song says put your back in it. Maybe a bit too much back from goalkeeper David, but he seems to be standing tall now as Real Gill lines up another attack into the red area. Looking for a white shirt, finds red. Only as far as Morris, kept alive by Sturge. Or Gill, he's got a yard of space in behind now. And a chance could fall nicely to Ike Manjus, but it's cut out in the end as Woodley gets it going on the opposite end. Here's Allen to Woodley. It's a foot race that he has managed to win.
Does well, does very well.
Oh, that's clever. Here's Allen, and well, got his wires crossed. Ike Manju's heavy touch takes him back into his own third. What a good match.
It's been a really good game.
Well, that's clever from Crichton. Keeps possession for Rangers. And Asun could be underway together with Ike Manjus. Got a touch though, Sarant, and it would be a throw. But it's a real ebb and flow to the action now, as another throw is given away.
The Rangers are obviously looking for the winner now. They decided that they must have been cruising a little bit, felt at halftime 1-0, and they were going ahead, and then suddenly they find themselves the game at 1-1, and they've upped the tempo.
Well, if you like the party tricks, you might have liked that one just a while ago. Got it right through the center of his man. Well, they're piling bodies forward. Here's the left back, Ross Russell Jr. Deflected. Ross Russell Jr. Oh, nobody home at the back door when he came calling. And they're getting closer now to Terminix Rangers.
I think it was Andrews coming in at the far post, just couldn't get there in time. But, the man that is keeping Canopia in this game, that's the man in blue. He's keeping Cunupia in this game. And at 1-1, you just need, again, I said it in the first half, if they can just eke out a goal somewhere, who knows? Well, we see the referee's going to have a word because he thinks that David is wasting a little bit of time in taking this goal kick, so he's warning him early.
Rutwin Harris having some words with Jean-Pierre David. Doesn't seem bothered.
He's got more things to study than the referee, doesn't he?
Well, Showtime trying to get in, but St. Hilaire alerts as ever. Here's Asun.
It's a good run.
Ross Russell Jr. charging forward, looking to pick out Ike Manjus, and well, the last touch came off the defender, who gives his goalkeeper a high five, but not quite sure he was in full control of that as it went out for a corner.
But James, it was an excellent touch, because had he not got that touch, I think it was Andrews coming in on the back of him, would have had the comfortable task of just pushing it into the net.
Here's another Gill service. Leslie Russell gets ahead of it, and missing its mark, but for a second I thought that Rutwin Harris had signaled the corner, but it's a goal kick. 19 minutes remaining. Is there to be a winner in this match?
Corbin actually got the ball behind the goal and came and put it down for the keeper to take the kick. So Rain, you understand what's happening now with Rangers. They are looking for the winner here. They're not settling for 1 point.
Well, that's a heavy challenge on Allen from perhaps the smallest man in the park, Real Gill. Certainly in terms of age. The junior to Allen, the 18-year-old Real Gill. It's his goal that keeps Terminix Rangers in the hunt as they are level with Cunupia FC. As Cowie delivers one, looking for Goalie, too long.
Not a good ball at all.
That must have been painful. Russell thumps it into the area. Russell Jr. keeps it alive. Oh, that's clever. And Kareem Corbin thought he might have been in, but very alert defending from Stephen Julian. He's compensated well for Mensah in his absence.
Yeah, he's done well. He's again clearing it.
Here's Caleb Sturge.
Look at the room Gill had. If that ball had gone out to him, it could have created some problems.
And again, Julian intercepts. But they're away now.
3v2 here. 3v2.
Bombing forward, looking for Woodley, and perhaps a bit too early. Well cut out in the end by Leslie Russell, who struggles to get back on his feet as he play breaks on the opposite end of the field. As Asun looking to get in behind Peters. Oh, he's done well, hasn't he? And taken out illegally. No, says Rodfin Harris. It's a goal kick.
I would love to see that move again from Canopia going forward. They had an opportunity on the break. It was 3v2, and the pass from Alain was just not the. He could have carried that ball a little bit more to the range, because it was a situation where they were overloaded, and unfortunately Alain just played a bad ball.
Maloney keeps possession for Cunupia. His pass not the best quality. Here's Gill. Daniel Russell Jr. Oh, just a crispness about the passing, and some illegal dark arts being employed to keep Kadeem Corbin silent. He's threatened twice since coming on, and
the first yellow card.
Canopia has had enough. Graham receiving the yellow card for his use of force.
Well, I think the referee has been very patient all night, Referee Harris. We've seen some tough tackles and he's allowed it to go. But this time, Graham really hacking down Andrews, I believe.
Kadeem Corbin.
Was it Corbin? Yeah, hacking him down. And the referee says enough is enough. There it is. Let's have a look. Oh, this is the play. Look at it here, James. 3v2, and he just didn't make the correct pass. And that's the danger if Rangers continue, because they're bombing forward, looking for this winner, and they can get caught in the break. Interesting free kick here, though.
Well, like Andrews, just out of your picture.
Think he's going to go for goal?
Stands over this. He certainly can. He's known for his range from distance. The former T&T international. He has been out injured with a muscle injury. But can he deliver into the back of Woodley? Oh, he's lost it, and illegally so, as Woodley is called for his indiscretion. I think he's a bit lucky though.
Well, I thought Woodley used his hand actually. I thought he used his hand and pushed him to the ground.
15 minutes remaining in this encounter. No winner yet. Scores tied at 1 apiece.
How would you call it, James? 15 minutes for Canopia to hold on, or 15 minutes for Rangers to get the winner?
Well, Real Gil could prove us, could tell us in a minute, as that course from him is cut out. Come to judge from history though, Colin Murray, to answer your question. I think it's any team defending against Rangers. Not in that opportunity from Daniel David. He knows he has produced better in the past. Well, they've just had one draw in the competition to date. Rangers in their first match against the Defence Force, who now sit in second place. Don't forget they're going to be coming up against Police FC in the second fixture here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground, as Maloney has been receiving some rough treatment. In fact, that's not Maloney.
You think he's run his race?
But yeah, Felix,
yeah. He's defended well. You know, you've got to give credit to the Canopia defenders and, of course, the goalkeeper. They've defended well against an attacking force that have scored. How many goals they've scored so far this season? Close to 28, 29 goals. I mean, they've been absolutely brilliant. And you look at them attacking. They attack with full force. And these defenders have done very, very well to keep them at bay. Only one goal.
Oh, couldn't pick out Asun's run. But I tell you what, football fans certainly having a treat today. 41 goals have been scored by the top 5 goal scorers in the competition. All of them are playing this evening.
And it's really because of the good defending by Canopia that we've not seen more goals.
Ross Russell Jr. from distance, deflected. Well, this one is attempted to be cleared. Well, they're playing volleyball at the moment. And finally Maloney gets a size 7 around it.
Oh, great defending, great defending.
Danger still open. Oh, he's done well, Daniel David. Can he pick out the shirt now? Oh, well, it's not Independence Day, but you got some oohs and ahs.
Well, he went for the far post. Very, very ambitious, I thought. Might have been better served to play that ball in field, looking for one of the strikers. But he went for the far post, and it went agonizingly close. But the important thing is, it didn't nestle into the back of the net from a Canopia standpoint.
Well, we're approaching the final 10 minutes of the match, and it's anybody's guess who will leave with all 3 points. Terminix Rangers, 19 points atop the standings. Cunupia FC in 4th, looking to make up ground perhaps.
Cunupia on 12 points at the moment. Of course, 12 points and 12. Rangers are 19. So.
Well, they won't get into 3rd position if they win this match, Canopia, but they certainly can get closer to police as another shot is not controlled by gravity, goes high.
I think a win for Canopia tonight from the competition perspective would be good. You know, getting them a little closer to the top 3. But even if they can hold Rangers to a draw, it's good enough. When I say good enough, I mean, you know, they would only get a point, but it means that Rangers wouldn't go a further 3 points clear of them.
Well, awkward challenge from the captain Crichton on Maloney. He's been busy, Maloney, for Cunupia FC. Well, they have suffered somewhat in terms of creativity in the middle. Of course, missing Keon Daniel, the T&T international, missing due to bereavement leave.
Some of the big men at the back, they've gone forward. Howie is one. Haven't seen him much in terms of these set pieces.
Well, they get ahead, and chance still opening up here, and Allen, his swivel cut out. I tell you what, he saw the headlines as he swiveled there, but Maloney, we spoke about him. Can he keep something alive? Not on this occasion.
That's a foul, actually, from Sturge on Maloney. Good refereeing by referee Harris. He allowed to play the advantage, but from the time that ball went out, he immediately called the play back. Excellent bit of refereeing on his part, because Maloney was being tugged at the back. And this is a free kick in a dangerous position, because you've got Woodley, you've got Ali, real good headers on the ball. In the meantime, Maloney has gone down.
Well, that might be a look of concern because of what you're seeing on your screen. A few times you've seen him on the canvas.
He's had a good game.
He's had a painful one as well. But it could be painful for Terminix Rangers, as the free kick won by that man has been won in a dangerous area of the field.
The cross has to be good. The delivery of this has got to be pinpoint. And the likes of Allen, Woodley got to attack it.
Well, his famous brother, Wayne Sturge, is a good defense lawyer. Can he be a defense for Terminix Rangers here? Younger brother, Caleb Sturge.
Well, he's actually just trying to prevent that ball from going inside, but I don't think he's going to succeed. It's got to go inside to the big man.
Here's Woodley. Well, was a bit selfish perhaps, but he did invoke some R's from the supporters.
No, I can't understand why Woodley took that. I thought he would have been better served, let somebody else take it and then play it inside. Look for the header. Not a good idea, and not a good ball from Woodley. Maybe he went for a shot, but the angle was always very difficult. See another substitution, James.
So more changes are afoot, and it is Isaiah who comes in for Terminix Rangers.
Isaiah Raymond.
His first appearance in the competition. What kind of impact can he make? Wow, almost made an impact with his first touch. He'll have a second opportunity. Appeals for a handball, not given. And they do get a corner. Well, what an impact that would have been for Isaiah Raymond.
Yeah, it certainly would have been. Somewhat like Allen.
Ross Jr. changing the angle of attack. And this time again, the goalkeeper gets there. Second bite, and well, it's always comfortable for him. But talking about the goalkeeper, we've got our SportsMax app moment. And well, don't need to be Miss Cleo to tell you who it is. Most certainly that man in blue. He's been the Rock of Gibraltar for Cunupia. And look at this. Well, I believe I can fly. R. Kelly was talking about him. And the double save getting our SportsMax app moment.
Absolutely brilliant. You couldn't ask for anything more than what he's done there tonight. He's earned his pay, no doubt.
Well, at the moment, points can be taken of the league leaders if the scores remain as is as we've entered the final 5 minutes of regulation time. We do expect a few extra stoppage minutes. There were a lot of stoppages in this match. But it's difficult to call a man of the match, Colin.
Well, I tell you, I will give it to David because he's kept Canopia in the game.
Can't disagree. And he could give them a win if they can get something here. And Allen, well, that was perhaps the easiest of his attempts in this match. And, well, somehow he managed to muffle it.
He delayed too long. It came across. It should have been a one-time shot. Excellent chance here for Canopia and went to Allen. He's already got one on the night. If he had scored, well, then I think the man of the match would have been over because, you know, he would have come on and put away 2 goals, which could give Canopia the victory. But in the meantime, Rangers still looking for the winner.
Well, Junior Asun looking to put his name in that conversation. And, well, Graham was having no part of that. Certainly defending his goalkeeper in more ways than one. But I think you're right, the goalkeeper, Jean-Pierre David, looks like our leading candidate for man of the match, unless something can change. But talking about changes, one is being geared up at the moment. That's the reason for the stoppage that you're seeing. And it's Travis Joseph set to make his way in as Hilaire Brewster says good night to everybody.
Seems to be a defensive change. A defensive midfielder has gone on really to keep things a little bit solid at the back for Canopia.
Here's Gill. Daniel David. Oh, that's a good ball. And Ike Manjus.
Offside.
Yeah, well, might have been lucky that the flag went up because it did go down suspiciously in the area there, Ike Manjus.
Yeah, I thought he was nudged at the back, but the flag was up and it saved him.
Well, Kadeem Corbing is having some words. He's saying, hey man, that was a foul. Gotta give credit to that man, Daniel David, for the service in the area.
There's Mr. Cool. I wonder what he's thinking now.
But I'm talking about credit. He deserves a lot at the moment.
I don't think he's Mr. Cool. Somehow his actions are not, but he should be a very happy man. This has been a wonderful, absolutely wonderful performance from his team. And remember, James, they lost last week 2-0 to Deportivo.
2 minutes of regulation time remaining. There's a blank canvas for anybody willing to write their name in the headlines. Scores tied at 1 apiece between Terminix Horquetta Rangers and Cunupia FC.
The crowd has built up nicely. You know, they've come to support Rangers, and then you'll have to say they've also come for that second game, which should be a very good game.
Well, referee Harris doesn't seem comfortable with something. He's making his way across to the Terminix Horquetta bench. And well, that man in your picture, he would have just been cautioned as well. So just some words being shared by Rodfin Harris with Coach Dave Corminer. Games do get emotional at this juncture with so much at stake.
In the fight, we enter the final minute.
Well, if anybody can make a difference, it's this man, Real Gill. And corner, not quite sure that Serrant knew the direction he was facing when he got his head at the end of that one. They're hustling to take it quickly. Can they make something happen? Not this time. And well, he's going to take his time in no hurry. Potential man of the match. Well, here's a man that put them back in the match, Canopia, Allen.
5 minutes of added on time, so we can still have a winner here, James.
Well, certainly lots of time to make something happen for both these teams. He's done his job so far, getting Canopia back in the contest. Can that man do the job he's done all season, scoring goals? Looking for Woodley, cut out by St. Hilaire. Here comes the white shirts. They're piling forward. Oh, he's gone on his bike, hasn't he? But he's lost it.
Brilliant tackle, absolutely good tackle.
Looking for Woodley. Is this one final roll of the dice for Canopia? Everybody wants it at the moment. Who wants it more? Well, I tell you, I was concerned about the physicality of the match as it wore down. I always felt that it might have lied in favor of Terminix Rangers, and now we're seeing two players on the turf at the moment.
It's been tough. It's been tough going. You know, you can't praise these Canopia players enough, because this has been a tough game for them. Rangers, especially after the equalizer, Rangers have turned it on. They were spreading the ball left to right, playing balls over the top for their strikers to run onto. They've been pulling the defenders apart. The midfielders have had to work hard. I'm not surprised one or two players are going down with cramp, but you have to give them credit. It would be a disaster now for them if they were to lose this game from here, because they've worked so hard.
Well, Serrant has been a naughty boy, receiving his second yellow, and he has to take the long walk of shame off the field. So down to 10, Canopia. That's just changed the narrative.
It certainly can, but thankfully there's only about 3.5 minutes left. Can Canopia hold on?
Well, here's Woodley, and not this time for the Heroics. So Matthew Serrant getting the red card, but I tell you what, I've seen that he's come back on the pitch.
Yeah, no, I don't think he ever received a card. I think the referee asked him to go off because of the injury. He needed to go off the field before he could come back on. So I certainly don't think he got a card at all.
Oh, they'll sort that out as Kadeem Corbin looks to sort out the score. Gill, oh, this is a good one. I give it Juice and Superman. Paul, I tell you what, this man is gravity defying.
Offside, though. It wouldn't have counted.
Well, he wouldn't have known.
Yeah, he wouldn't have known. That's correct. You're absolutely right. It was a brilliant save again because he didn't know it was offside. But the assistant Farlag went up immediately to indicate it was offside. But by then, David had already made the save. Absolutely brilliant.
I tell you what, the crowd doesn't know as well. They're just enjoying what they're seeing from that man in blue.
But I'm not sure if they enjoyed that because they supported Rangers.
And wow, how good has he been today?
It's still not over. They still have some work to do.
Just over a minute remaining. Will there be a hero in this match? The home crowd, not accustomed being disappointed. You feel that Cunupia will be happy of the teams with the draw. Oh, that's cut out. And, well, Isaiah recovers well to get it back inside the final minute of the match. Last roll of the dice, you feel. Corbin. The real Gill.
Look at the room.
Can he find a white shirt? Well, it's going to Asun. Tries to keep it alive. And he's been knocked over. And it's a free kick. And I just feel this is the last bit of action in the match. And a final chance for a hero to emerge.
Canopia, all the red shirts need to go back. They've got to defend this. This is going possibly the final chance of any team here having a winner.
All 11 players from Terminix Rangers are inside the half of Cunupia FC. 10 of them inside the penalty area.
Well, we've only got 2 men outside the area, which is Morris
Goalkeeper and Javon Morris.
Javon Morris, yeah.
So Real Gill has been entrusted with the big responsibility on his tiny shoulders to give his team all 3 points. And he goes close! Oh, and spare a thought for Graham. Somehow he kept it out, and the whistle comes no sooner than they expected, as Canopia FC have done the unimaginable, and they've held the unbeaten Terminix Horquetta Rangers to a 1-0 draw.
Listen, James, we've got to go back to that. That ball had beaten David and was heading into the goal and was cleared, it was headed off of the goal line. There's no doubt to me that I'm not sure if it was Julian who headed that ball off the goal line. Let's have a look. That ball was going into the goal. It had beaten David. David was nowhere and was headed away. Again, I'm not sure if it was Julian. That saved the game here for Canopia. Brilliant bit of defended, because for once, for the second time, David was actually beaten and it was cleared out, headed off the line. So it's ended up Rangers 1, Canopia 1, and what a game we have had here. It has been a brilliant exhibition of football from these two teams, and I can't praise Canopia enough. They came here as underdogs, and they've held on absolutely brilliant. Let's have a look at the highlights of the game. As the shot of David in the way, a turn and the shot, and he palmed it away. Brilliant bit of goalkeeping by him. Wayward shot, and David would be happy with that. The corner from Gill, headed over the bar. No worries for David there. So the early part was not so good. And this is the goal, a brilliant goal from Gill. Coming inside, he faked the defender one way, and there he goes, and he came inside, put it on the left foot, and then hit it beautifully in the far corner. That was a real special goal. Absolutely special goal from Real Gill to put Rangers 1-0 up. And then after that, it was the David show. Header, brilliant save, one-handed. That could have easily have been 2-0. But as I said, it became the David show. That was the end of the first half. Went into the second half. And this is a brilliant ball. And you had to think, a man of the quality of Real Gill should have done better. He went for the far corner, just didn't get it right, and it was a goal kick. Then Cunupia, brilliant save by St. Hilaire from Alain, who came on as a substitute. With his first touch, and then that was the first header he had. Brilliant save from St. Hilaire. The corner again, this time there was no stopping Alain. He looped it into the far corner, came off the inside of the post and crept into the goal. So and that was the equalizer from Alain for Canopia. 1 goal all at that point in time. And then Rangers turned it on and came hard at Canopia. It was attack after attack, shot after shot. Brilliant save. And then the shot, another brilliant save. My word. This man he saved everything. Another brilliant save. He kept that one out. That was offside though. And the final, it ended 1-1, and of course, man of the match, none other than Jean-Pierre David, and he is on the field now with James Saunders. Well, let's before we go to James, let's just look at the stats. 14 shots to 6. 9 shots on target, and you have to think most of them were saved by David. Then, of course, coming down to the corners, 6-2, and look at that, 8 saves for Jean-Pierre David. No wonder he's our man of the match. A 1-1 draw, dominated by Terminix Rangers, but really a plucky display from Cunupia FC, and we now have James with the man of the match, Jean-Pierre David.
Well, I'm here with the man of the match, Jean-Pierre David, and as a goalkeeper, I am impressed, and I'm sure everybody in the ground at the moment is impressed because they've crowned you our man of the match. How does it feel?
It feels good to be man of the match. I kept my team in it, and I'm happy that we got a point out of it.
What was going through your mind when you were making save after save for your match? Were you just thinking, I've got to keep them alive here?
Got to keep them in the game.
And what were the instructions coming into the second half? You were down a goal, and of course, still trailing. What was the instructions like for your team?
Coach told us to press and keep tight with them, and we'd get back into the game, and we got back into the game.
And I tell you what, you're going to be on all the highlights, make all the headlines because you are a man of the match. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I'm now going to invite the coach of Cunupia FC, Mr. Michael Defoe, to come in and join me, as he's always keeping me waiting, Mr. Michael Defoe, but he deserves everything that he's getting at the moment because your team, you've done really well. You've come in here against all odds and you've gotten a point. How does that feel?
I don't know if it was against all odds, but it's good to get a point. We felt that we had a proper game plan. It worked out that we had to settle for a point, and, God is good.
You've been able to do what just one team has done in the competition so far, keep Rangers to a draw. What worked to your team this evening?
We just stuck to the game plan, and most of the fellas, we changed around the team a bit. Most of the guys weren't the experienced guy now, so they were actually listening to every single instruction, and it worked out just fine.
Well, just before I let you go, your goalkeeper kept you in the match, and you look 16, you're doing cartwheels on the bench. How did you feel seeing your goalkeeper perform like that?
I felt great. What happened, we worked light with him this week so that he could give us everything he gave us, and it worked out fine.
Well, thank you so much, Coach, and you can run along, celebrate, and enjoy the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to call Mr. Dave Kwamina, the coach of Terminix Horquetta Rangers, and it's an unfamiliar position for your team this season. You've only had one draw, but you're still unbeaten. How does it feel after getting a draw in this match?
Okay, I just want to say big ups to Canopia on a well-fought game. I think the game was close. We knew that they were going to give us a fight before the game. They are a well-coached team. I think the coach is an underrated coach. I think he's very tactical, and we had to take. Yeah, we had to take it at a time.
And what were you saying to your team when you saw the tactics of Cunupia FC? You made 4 changes at halftime. You certainly had something in your mind. Tell us about that.
No, we tried this. We really tried to score tonight, but the keeper for Cunupia team, he had an outstanding night, and I like to congratulate. He deserved man of the match, and I think we just have to go back to the drawing board and take it stride to stride.
Does this affect your game in any way?
Not really. Football is winning, losing or drawing, and we cannot be worse. We cannot be defeated. But I think the Canopia team, they fight tonight, and the game was balanced off. 1-1 was not a bad score.
Well, Coach, you certainly entertained the crowd. Thank you so much for speaking with us.
Okay. Sure.
All right, so that was Dave Kwamina. Let's take a look now at our Campari Player of the Week. And we had a wonderful match week 7 last week. And one player stood out. Many goals happened. But in this match, AC Port of Spain coming out against Westford. And one player in particular stood out. And his name, Che Benny. After trailing by 1-0, Che Benny scored 1. And he scored 2. Pulling his team back in the contest as AC Port of Spain got their first points of the competition, all courtesy the former St. Anthony's man. So Che Benny will receive our Campari Player of the Tournament.
Okay, so that is the situation here at the La Horquetta ground. It's a 1-0 draw. It means that Rangers, they've dropped their second set of points in this tournament. How it will affect them, we'll have to wait and see, because the game coming up is a big one. Police and the Defence Force. If Defence Force were to win, well, they'll go top of the standings, but we'll have to wait and see. So that's the situation from us here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. We'll be back, though, for game number 2, Police against Defence Force. Until then, it's bye for now.
Well, I'm here with police coach Richard Hood. I'm here with police coach Richard Hood. Richard, it's a classico almost, the Protective Service derby coming up against your old rivals, Defence Force. This is a big match.
Of course it is. Police versus Army is always a big match. In any sport in Trinidad and Tobago, it's a big match. Right? We look forward to it. It has a lot at stake in terms of positioning on the table. Right? And hopefully, if we execute our plans well, we come out on top tonight.
Now I'm looking at the history of both teams. It's almost 90 years combined of clubs, Police, Defence Force. How big is this occasion? How would you describe it for the fans?
It's a mammoth game. I would say you could actually describe it as an epic game. All right. Again, Police versus Army is always a big game, and hopefully we'll produce a good quality game for the fans tonight.
Well, thank you so much, Richard Hood, and good luck in your game.
Thank you.
Another half step in. Good to go.
I'm here with Lloyd Andrews, coach of the Defence Force, and Richard Hood. I spoke to him and he described this game as a mammoth occasion. Is that a sentiment that you share?
Yes, I share the same sentiment because, as we normally say, it's the El Clasico at Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, and of course, coming up against Police, are there any special feelings or preparation that comes before a match like this?
No, we continue to prepare as we are accustomed to, and the aim is to come out here with 3 points tonight.
Well, you have a slight advantage. You're in second, they're in third. Any pressure on your team?
No pressure. We come here to enjoy the game, and that the guys will do that.
Well, we certainly will enjoy it as fans. So thank you so much, Mr. Andrews.
Okay, thanks.
The mic wasn't centered.
Well, whoever said that mammoths were extinct, well, they clearly weren't talking about this match. It's been described as a mammoth derby. Police FC coming up against the Defense Force. Welcome to all our viewers across the region on SportsMax and at CCN TV6 in Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome to the Ascension Tournament match week 8. Second, Police coming up against Defense Force in third with just 1 point separating them. Well, Police, they've just lost one match and on the back of 6 wins. Defense Force, they've gotten 5 wins, 2 draws, unbeaten in the competition. But one thing that is guaranteed is that when that football rolls, all the action will come to life on the field. My name is James Saunders, and joining me in commentary is one of the iconic Caribbean voices, Colin Murray. Big match coming up.
Huge match, James. It's bigger than big. It's huge. And it's going to be really a cracker of a game. I expect it to go right down to the final minute. But let's hear from the coaches, the respective coaches, starting with the coach of Police.
I'm here with Police coach Richard Hood. Richard, it's a classical almost, the Protective Service derby coming up against your old rivals, Defense Force. This is a big match.
Of course it is. Police versus Army is always a big match. In any sport in Trinidad and Tobago, it's a big match. Right? We look forward to it. It has a lot at stake in terms of positioning on the table. Right? And hopefully, if we execute our plans well, we come out on top tonight.
Now I'm looking at the history of both teams. It's almost 90 years combined of clubs, Police, Defense Force. How big is this occasion? How would you describe it for the fans?
It's a mammoth game. I would say you could actually describe it as an epic game. All right. Again, Police versus Army is always a big game, and hopefully we'll produce a good quality game for the fans tonight.
Well, thank you so much, Richard Hood, and good luck in your game.
Thank you.
I'm here with Lloyd Andrews, coach of the Defense Force, and Richard Hood. I spoke to him and he described this game as a mammoth occasion. Is that a sentiment that you share?
Yes, I share the same sentiment because, as we normally say, the El Clasico, Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, and of course, coming up against Police, are there any special feelings or preparation that comes before a match like this?
No, we continue to prepare as we are accustomed to, and the aim is to come out here with 3 points tonight.
Well, you have a slight advantage. You're in second, they're in third. Any pressure on your team?
No pressure. We come here to enjoy the game, and that the guys will do that.
Well, we certainly will enjoy it as fans. So thank you so much, Mr. Andrews.
Okay, thanks.
Well, 17 points to Defense Force, 16 points to Defense Force, 17 to Police. And how close can you get in such an occasion? Well, I'll tell you what, they've got a full house to remonstrate and demonstrate their footballing abilities in front of. As in just a second, we introduce you to the lineups and the teams. And Colin, we were talking about the big occasion. The fans certainly have come out to witness that big occasion.
Well, I'm so happy to see this kind of crowd here, because when you think Rangers is not playing this second game, but the crowd is really big. Not as big as I would expect if Rangers was playing, but still, I would think we have close to maybe 500-600 people, could even be more, James, in here tonight. And it's wonderful. It's lovely support so far for the Ascension League. When Rangers are playing, it's up to 2,000. But they realize that this is I think one of the coaches, Coach Hood, described it as a mammoth game, and he's so right. And the spectators realize this is a mammoth game. But here comes the officials.
Well, that's one of T&T's most recognized football officials, Cecile Hines, leading the charge as she introduces these two contenders. Defense force in yellow, led by Curtis Gonzalez. Adrian Fonset, his international teammate, would lead Police FC. These teams, of course, a combined history of 92 years, or 93 rather. Defense Force, they've been around for 48 years as a football establishment. They are the most successful football club in Trinidad and Tobago, 20 national titles to their credit. Police, they've been around for the last 44 years. And we take a look at the lineups as how they will line up in this fixture. And start with the Defense Force. And well, they've got that power 3 at the top. Brent Sam. They've got Jamil Boatswain, while Justin Sadu, he was our man of the match in the last game. He controls the middle. Curtis Gonzalez is in there in defense. And Justin Garcia, his big presence will be required in defense. One change in the middle as Kevon Goddard, the former national under-20 player, comes in. And their coach is Lloyd Andrews. And for Police, Jabari Mitchell, he will lead the attack. Everything on his shoulders. Adrian Fonset in goal, of course. Cadian Gabriel, the former national wingback. Gabriel Nanton is back in the lineup. Mikel Jem Gordon has been their leading scorer, and he will be expected to lead the line. No Purcell, the defender, he was given a red card in his last match, so he will miss out in this contest. But they've got experience like Juma Clarence and Xavier Ratchpole, who is on the bench. Richard Hood is in charge from the bench. So Defense Force in their iconic yellow and blue, coming up against Police, the boys in blue. Cecile Hines, one of the most recognized female officials in Trinidad and Tobago, will take charge of this contest. She has just returned from duty abroad. A wealth of experience on her wee shoulders, and she will take charge of this iconic derby. The PS Classico is on the way here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground.
This should be highly competitive. I expect some hard, tough, rough tackling, and neither team is going to give away anything except a throw.
Well, I tell you what, one big change, noticeably absent from the Defense Force squad. National striker Rion Moore, who misses this match. As this one is headed clear. Rion Moore, of course, forms the dynamic trio, together with Jamil Boatswain and Brent Sam. They've been perhaps the deadliest front three in the competition. Boatswain just behind Kevon Showtime Woodley in terms of goals. Brent Sam scored a hat-trick in his last match. How will they fare with him? Well, Police have to defend. Shouts for a handball. Not spotted. And will be all the way back for Defense Force, who tried to keep it alive, to Justin Sadu. Was the man of the match against Maruga last Friday. Big role expected from him. This one will go into touch and would be a throw to the Army. Aimed in for Sam. And, well, Sam couldn't get there in the end, as that cross flashed across goal. So a lively start from the boys in yellow and blue.
Which is expected. I expected the Defense Force to really try and get on the front foot. They're coming off a huge win, 8-0, and you know, I really don't care how weak the opposition is. When you can score 8 goals at this level, you mean you have something about you. It means you're playing well, your team is gelling, and I would think they're full of confidence.
Over the head of Goddard as Justin Garcia. There's the danger. Well, that's lost, and Jabari Mitchell tries to get his team forward. Freitas, he's hustled here, but he's done well to keep it, and goes to ground, and Cecile Hines points to, well, she says it's a free kick. And well, welcome to the Classico, my friend. There's Justin Freitas, licks his wounds. Did get on the score sheet in Police last match, and sure those boys in yellow and blue are well aware of that.
Well, this is a free kick in a pretty dangerous position if he can get the service right. Police have got one or two tall guys, just as the defense was. But the important thing is the delivery. Not so much the height of the players, how good is the delivery? And if it's a spot-on delivery, Police can take an early lead.
Well, if anybody can deliver a good ball in the area, certainly would be that man, Jabari Mitchell. Oh, would he score something? And oh, that's an excellent sliding tackle. And it just kept it off the line. And, well, I'd love to see that again.
What a clearance, though. What a clearance. Was it Gonzalez? It was a good free kick. They attacked the ball. It was heading into that far post. And I think it's Gonzalez who had the last touch.
Well, whoever it is, certainly wearing a cape for the fans at the moment. He's a hero. He's kept the match alive for Defence Force.
Yeah, it is Gonzalez, the skipper.
Curtis Gonzalez, of course, the Trinidad and Tobago midfielder.
But what a clearance, James. It was going in at the far post. Excellent free kick. We talked about the delivery. Headed onto the far post. The goalkeeper was nowhere in sight. And all of a sudden, Gonzalez came, sliding tackle, and that's all she wrote.
So it's hoof tie into the air. Police, of course, will be missing the services of Cameron Purcell. He's a centre-back, but he has been scoring goals. Scored 3 goals for them so far in the competition. All from set pieces, and, well, he's absent today. This man, however, Brent Sam, he can score goals. He scored 3 in his last match, and he's opened up a door nicely here. And, well, to get rid of that danger, but it's back. Tries a shot this time, Sam. And his fancy footwork, not really in the same language of his teammate.
Yeah, Sam is going to be a danger, as you rightly said. He scored 3 goals in the last game and an assist. He also contributed, so he's another one. There he is now.
And easy pick up in the end for Adrian Fonset.
Obviously, it went on his right foot, and he's not as comfortable on his right foot as he is on his left foot. But this has been a good start, even though Police created the best chance of the evening. It's been a lively start, as you rightly mentioned, from Defence Force.
Anybody's ball here as they will battle for it, bouncing around, and Sadu gets a touch. Well, he's done well, Nanton. Scored perhaps one of the best goals of the competition. Certainly the best free kick that we've seen. And a lot will be expected from him as Defence Force win a free kick.
James, you look at the pace of this game. They're playing at about 150 miles an hour. I think they need to settle down. Both teams, especially Defence Force. Get on the ball, push it around, get some possession. But I think both teams at the moment, they're just hustling the play.
Well, he's been hustled out of possession, Goddard, but he keeps his footing eventually. Oh, a high boot. Play continues. Goddard tries to get it forward past the sliding challenge, and, well, seems to stick out a hand there. No call. But here comes Defence Force to Brent Sam. Oh, he's gone past one and he's gone to ground. Dangerous challenge.
I'll be surprised if the referee doesn't pull a yellow card, but I don't think she will, because Sam was away. That was a really deliberate foul because Sam was there. Let's have a look. Sam was gone. Watch him. He's away here, and look at the room in front of him. That, I tell you, number 24. Who is that? That is, let's have a look. Well, not seeing that on the team sheet. But he's lucky. He's a lucky guy that he's not been booked.
So it's a free kick to Defence Force, still goalless, as we approach the 8th minute, inside the 8th minute.
Seems to be Xavier Wheeler, but we didn't have him as a starter.
But he's going to try to find one of the big men in the areas. This is where Defence Force are dangerous. And he's got a head on it, and the ball just flashed over the top of Adrian Fonset's goal. I think the goalkeeper breathed a sigh of relief as he saw that one go over.
Right, so Xavier Wheeler, in fact, James is on at left back instead of Belgrave. There was a last-minute change. Which we didn't have, and Wheeler was the man.
Well, here's Police away and going towards goal. Chance opening up here, and well, it's a clumsy challenge, but the referee's whistle comes to the rescue of Defence Force. And well, Police, they seem to be finding spaces at the back. Defence Force, they look excited in that area. Well cut out. And a heavy challenge. Ball kept alive for Police. Trying to find space. And Goddard sends it anywhere. Does find a teammate though as they charge forward. Crowded out, but and a good tackle. Well, it's end-to-end stuff happening here in La Horquetta, as this one is aimed in at Freitas, who looks disappointed by the type of service.
It's rough and tumble at the moment. I think you pray for the ball to go outside to get a breather, because it's not only end-to-end stuff, but you look at the tackles coming in. It's full commitment so far from both these teams.
And that's a challenge that he's not going to be happy about. I tell you what, Police have pressed Defence Force really, really high. Seems they've done their homework. Defence Force usually quite comfortable playing out of the back. They've been afforded no luxury today to do that. And they've really struggled trying to play out of the back against a Police team who are committed to pressing high up the field. Well, that's water under the bridge at the moment, still goalless, as this one goes in search of Sam, whose header goes far away from his intended target. Here's Lee. Botswain. Sadu. Oh, that's a good ball. And Paul, good defending as well from Police, as cool as you'd like from Cadian Gabriel. Certainly a man full of experience, the man nicknamed Drogba. Don't ask me why. He's a defender. He did start his career though as an attacker, the former Northeast Stars and Central FC man.
Maybe he got it before he moved into defense.
Quite possibly.
But if you name Drogba as a striker, why would you want to go into defense?
Well, here comes the Defence Force. Bertrand, he's got big shoes to fill, and gives away possession. Freitas.
Neither team was really, in terms of holding possession of the ball, knocking it around. I think it's all quick. You know, you look at the pace of the game, and no one is really putting the foot on the ball, slowing the game down, trying to keep possession. It's all rough and tumble. Get the ball forward as quickly as you can. Put the defenders, and this is both teams, putting both defenses under pressure. And I think that's the name of the game so far.
Well, this one will be headed clear, only as far as Nanton. Looking for spaces. Chance to deliver a good service, and it's well cut out in the end by Jelani Felix.
Nanton is probably one of the few that is a touch player. You look at him, he holds the ball, he passes it to, his passes are measured. He's not, hardly you see him playing the long ball.
It's a police throw. Gabriel long into the area, headed away by Justin Garcia. And well, that one offside is the call. And the players get a chance to breathe. It has been fast-paced action out there. Here's Jamali Garcia. He's going with Garcia, looking for options ahead of him. Finds Bertrand. And well, that was just cheap with possession. He has slotted into the lineup in place of Rian Moore this evening. And well, he's got lots of work to do. So too that man, Michael Jem Gordon. Man, he just saw in the blue shirt. Well, they're doing their job, keeping the fans entertained. It's another defense force throw. Well, they do get a break in the pattern of play at the moment, thanks to a series of throws. And I'm sure that the players are going to be quite content just to slow it down just a bit. That's good from Jamali Garcia. Police retain possession. They seem the more comfortable team at the moment. Well, they've kept it alive, and he thought of a shot and only found the back of his own player. Here's Gabriel. Looking for Freitas, and well, ran into the big truck of Jules Lee. And he has won a foul for his team right at the top of the area, a free kick.
This is Gabriel Nanton's territory, or Junior Mitchell. Either one of them can take a free kick here. Jabari Mitchell, sorry, or Gabriel Nanton. Either one of them can take this free. Here's really, it just ran into the back of
Jules Lee.
Yeah, that was, let's see, looked like Garcia.
Joel Lewis was the
Lewis, yeah. But again, police have seemed to have now settled down nicely, James. They're pushing the ball around, they're starting to create some space, and of course they've got this free kick. Now, based on what we've seen before, I certainly would go for the left foot of Nanton.
I tell you, he scored the prettiest of them. Newton Hector might raise his hands up and say, what about me? But Nanton's one of the first squad in the competition, certainly has left a mark. Well, they're piling everybody into the wall, aren't they? They've got 5-6 in the wall as Jabari Mitchell lines up together with Nanton, and it is Mitchell! And Christopher Bigot couldn't keep it out. First time he got his hand to it, but that man, how can you stop a man who's in fine form from finding the back of the net? As Michael Jem Gordon did what he has done all season as he puts police ahead.
Well, apologies to Jabari Mitchell, because I said I would have gone for Gabriel Nanton, but what a free kick from this man. An absolute cracker that Bigot couldn't get around in time to push it out. It came off the bar and went into the net. Let's have a look at this free kick again. Beauty, he pushed it onto the bar, and the finishing, supplying that finish at the end was Gordon. Excellent. And you know, I made the point to you that police seem to be settling down. They started to knock the ball around. They were finding their players with ease, spreading it wide. They won the free kick, and just like that, Police, they are in the lead after just about 17 minutes. It's Police 1, Defence Force 0.
Mikel Jem-Gordon getting his 5th goal of the competition. It's a goal that may prove crucial in the long run as it puts Police ahead in this derby. Certainly has been on fire. So too the intended target, Brent Sam, who has that pass cut out. Well, Defence Force, how will they respond? Instead it's Nanton, who's gone in with Lee. And Curtis Gonzalez takes command. Well, he's looking for Botswain, but his pass was cut out. Now this is a good-looking ball in the area. Easy catch in the end for Adrian Fonset.
Defence Force a little bit guilty at the moment of giving away the ball far too easily. They're just presenting it to Police.
Well, here they come now.
There again.
A bit scrappy in the end from the Tetron boys. Well, they're attempting to link up, but the connection has been really poor, particularly in the middle third of the field, Defence Force.
The passing is at the moment is really astray. They're not able to string 3-4 passes together. Whereas Police, on the other hand, they've started to do that. They've settled down a little better, and they're starting to find the range.
Well, here's the big frame of Jamil Boatswain, and this time he couldn't force the goalkeeper to work. Doesn't matter, the flag did come up. And I think Adrian Fonset is looking a bit bemused at the moment.
Yeah, well, you know, I thought that yes, it was an offside. It was an offside, but I thought the referee could have allowed play to go on. Now, yes, there is Gordon, Michael Gordon, scoring in the 17th minute to put Police in the lead.
Sam Gordon, of course, played with W Connection. Was a very close friend of the deceased Sharon Winchester. And, well, I tell you what.
Is it a penalty?
Cecile Hines.
No, it can't be.
Is holding on to the ball. And
it's a drop ball.
I think everybody's looking a bit bemused at exactly what's going on. I think
it's a drop ball.
That was the source of contention for Adrian Fonset earlier. And it seems like he finally got his wish.
That was a little bit confusing because it was an offside and the assistant put the flag up, but the ball is already in the goalkeeper's hand, just allow play to continue. And I think everybody was caught by surprise when the referee Hines blew her whistle.
Well, really struggling to get around the high press of Police. Defence Force. Richard Hood doing his homework, not allowing the ball-playing defenders to have any joy coming out of the back. And I think that's where they have struggled.
Yeah, because of that, they're forced to play these long balls, trying to get it over the top of the Police defence, and it's not working for them.
Defence Force, of course, the most successful Caribbean team at CONCACAF level, having 2 CONCACAF titles, the only team from the Caribbean to achieve such a feat. They did, of course, win in 1978 and also repeated that in 1985. In fact, the assistant coach on the bench, Jackson Charles, was a part of the 1985 winning team. Well, she might be lickle, but she's Talawa in attitude, Cecile Hines.
Well, the thing about it, you looked at Gabriel Nanton, he was having a laugh, so I'm not too sure what it was all about. Yes,
Brent Sam. A lot deeper than you'd like. He links up with Boatswain. And finally to get some joy, there's Jamil Boatswain. Had his pocket picked. Certainly will be depending on him to be among the goals. So too this man Sam, as he peels away from his marker, wins his throw.
Yeah, that good defending though, excellent defending. He just didn't allow Sam to get away. Seems to be that
Gabriel.
Gabriel, yeah.
Gabriel did make a handful of caps for the Trinidad and Tobago senior team. Well, slippery hands, but it's effective. As police find space to break free of the shackle, only as far as Goddard, who concedes possession. Oh, that's clever. And, well, that one far from. Shamali Garcia easily deals with the spill. Curtis Gonzalez as well, getting in the act. As Bertrand, he shifted across to the right-hand side of the attack with Brent Sam scooting over to the left. Oh, that's a two-footed challenge that sends Gonzalez flying and gets him in the naughty corner as the first yellow card of the match comes out, and it goes to Henry Salim.
Yeah, Salim Henry.
So he's been a naughty boy, and I think Gonzalez, judging from his expression, thinks that perhaps he should have gotten a worse punishment.
Well, it's it was a rough tackle, but I don't think it was, his pegs were up, but I think he was sliding on the ground. Had it been above the ankle, then it's a different story. But he was actually sliding with it. Yes, the pegs were up, but it was on the ground. I don't think it was a red card. I think referee Hines did well.
Well, that's good defending and a handball. Well, he tried to be cheeky, Brent Sam. Tried to get it back to his goalkeeper. And might have been a handball from the defender.
Yeah.
And against the run of play, police have won themselves a penalty. Well, it's gone the other way.
Yeah, defense force actually have won themselves a penalty, and it's going to be Brent Sam.
So Brent Sam has an opportunity to add to his already impressive goal tally in this competition from the penalty spot.
There must have been a handball, James. I didn't pick it up, but when the ball was crossed, let's have a look. The free kick from Gonzalez, and he tried to head it back, but he really he passed it back with his hand.
So Cadian Gabriel, for all the good work that he's done, he could end up a villain, as Brent Sam has an opportunity to get his 6th goal in the competition and put his team back on level pegging. But first he's got to get past that man, Adrian Fonset, a goalkeeper full of experience. He's been a part of the Trinidad and Tobago national team for the last 5 years. Can he deny a secondary school star, former secondary school star Brent Sam, from getting his 6th goal and the equalizing goal of this contest?
What is Sam waiting on?
Oh, and he does it.
Tell you
easy as you'd like. It's only Friday, but he made that look like Sunday morning, Brent Sam, as he got past Adrian Fonset, and defense force are back in the contest. It's 1-1.
That was a really well taken penalty. He struck it firmly. Fonset went the correct way, but it was struck so firmly and away from Fonset, he just couldn't get it out. Let's have a look. Down in the corner, it had the pace to beat Fonset. Fonset went the correct way, but he just couldn't keep that out. Brilliant penalty, excellent penalty here by Brent Sam.
So with just 10 minutes to go, the score 1-1 inside the 27th minute of the match. A goal scored by Brent Sam. Of course, the younger brother, former T&T international and Wrexham player, Hector Sam rather. Well, he did say last week when he was named man of the match against Maruga that he thinks he's the better of the Sams. Well, he's certainly making a case, isn't he?
Well, I mean, he must say that, but Hector would have something to say about that. But that's the normal sibling rivalry, isn't it? When last have you spoke to Junior Garcia? I'm sure he thinks he's just as good as Levi.
Tell you, Nathaniel Garcia might jump in that conversation as well.
That's right.
Hector Sam, of course, spent 8 years as a professional player in the English Football League. Played a total of 176 games for Wrexham.
This is a chance here.
Knocking. And they come through the door of the defense force. Well, no, the joy might be abated because the flag of the assistant referee has gone up. So the joy is premature at the moment as the score remains 1-1.
We'll have to have a look at that, James, exactly where the offside was, because where they placed the ball, it meant that it started from just outside the box. But police is really, they've settled in nicely. It was unfortunate to give away that penalty, but you get a feeling that police can go into the lead here, the way they're knocking the ball around and the way they're controlling the game.
Well, the game really is far from a closed case at the moment. Raises the paws, gives you goosebump anytime the ball is on any side of the field.
This is the third time I'm seeing police play, or second or third time. It's the best performance I've seen from them so far.
Well, look at the crowd.
They're very much into the game, aren't they?
Full house and thoroughly enjoying the action. Well, the Ascension tournament has certainly reawakened football in Trinidad and Tobago.
Thankfully.
It's been 2 years post-pandemic lockdown that football has been played. And, well, the supporters, they're thirsty. Lots of live entertainment as well, happening every Friday. And speaking to the coach as we take a look back at the earlier chance from police.
Look at the run there. So once he picked up that ball, he was in an offside position.
I think Freitas might have been the one pegged to be offside. Or was it that man? I guess the referee's assistant might be able to be better placed.
Was it Kennedy? Yeah.
Kennedy was the one that received the ball first, and Freitas the one getting it over the line. Somebody was guilty. Most importantly, for defense force, score remains 1-1.
But you could see that police have been having much better of the game. Their passing is a little crisper. Defense force very much guilty at the moment of giving the ball away, and they're playing these long balls over the top, hoping that Sam in particular can run onto it and Bertrand.
Now they're forced to defend here, Police FC, and easy in the end for Fonset.
He's another very commanding goalkeeper, isn't he, Adrian Fonset? Very self-assured. He talks to his defenders. He knows exactly what he wants them to do. And, you know, it's always good when you've got a goalkeeper that commands the defenders, that, you know, that...
Well, Lloyd Andrews, very experienced man, and he's got a very experienced bench. Hashim Marcia, just to his left, rested tonight in favour of Kevin Goddard in the central midfield role. Might see more from him later on.
I would expect he's one that will very well come on.
And, well, that man, Richard Hood, ton loads of experience. referee coaching instructor for the Trinidad and Tobago Football Federation.
He would be happy, though, James, with what he's seeing from his team tonight.
Certainly a man who knows his job. He spoke about Fonset and just how confident he is. 33 years old now, Adrian Fonset. He's played 15 caps for the Trinidad and Tobago national team. Recently competed at the CONCACAF Gold Cup with Trinidad and Tobago.
And that's young for a goalkeeper, 33. Goalkeepers tend to go into, they're about 40 and that type of thing.
Gigi Buffon comes to mind.
Yeah.
Here's Nanton. Bertrand.
That's a foul.
Spoke about having big shoes to fill. But he's swimming in that shoes at the moment, Bertrand. Not quite having the impact that Ryan Moore has had in the competition so far. But he's got some time to fit into the role. Sadu.
Haven't seen him very much tonight, have we, Sadu? He tends to control things in the middle of the field, tends to spray his passes around, but that's the problem. Defense force haven't been able to get control of the ball.
Well, Bertrand wins a free kick in a dangerous area, and might be his best contribution of the evening, because he's given his team an opportunity to perhaps get a go-ahead item just before half-time. Well, it's a Congress almost around the ball at the moment.
I think Sam is going to want to take charge of this.
Gonzalez, of course, dead ball specialist. They've got options, that's for sure.
Yeah, Felix is also there. And as you rightly mentioned, Gonzalez. I think it's a fair distance out. And I would think Fonset would feel relatively comfortable that he, if the wall doesn't do their job, that he'll be able to get a save in here. Is it a 6-man, 5-man wall?
Well, I just love listening to the chatter of the players as they prepare. Lots of words from the goalkeeper Fonset.
Looks like it's going to be Felix.
And here's Felix. Well, that tells a story of its own. Hands go to head, and that tells you just how close he came.
That was a good free kick, excellent. He knew exactly where he wanted to curl it over the wall. It just had a little too much curl on it, and it went outside. But a great idea, good free kick, just a little bit too wide. Fonset was beaten. He was motionless, wasn't he?
Well, Fonset might have well been Spree Simon. He was a statue almost as that one curled over the wall. And, well, they know just how close they came to trailing after taking an early lead. Well, here comes the defense force, finding more room, more joy, pushing forward. Here's Sadu, well, crowded out. That's Bertrand in support. And, well, his pass is eventually cut out. Looks promising for a second. Defense force, well, they're certainly finding more joy, more space, and it has dragged them somewhat back in the contest. Well, he's got options. Here's Botswain, and that's good defending. Jabari Mitchell sends Freitas on a foot race that he's not going to win. Legally at least. So we're inside the final 10 minutes of the first half. Still one apiece in this PS derby, Protective Service derby. And this is how Defence Force like to play. Space, time to build up. Mitchell.
The control from Bernard there wasn't good. But you can see, look, Gonzalez again. He's going to be playing these long balls all night long, just over the top of the defenders, trying to get it to Sam on one side, Bertrand on the other side. And, you know, they're not Defence Force, you're not going to see them knocking the ball around at the back into their midfield. They're going to play these long balls over the top.
Well, when you've got big, powerful attackers, do try to get in behind the teams early. Here's Goddard. It's a good link up. Sadu trying to isolate his man, and he does win a corner.
He's getting a little bit more into the game, and from Defence Force situation, that's good for them, because he's the kind of he's a non-stop runner, and he finds pockets of space where he can receive the ball and then distribute it well. And if he continues to do that, it will serve Defence Force well. Oh, what a header! What a brilliant header!
Well,
let's see.
There's a whistle, and Fonset is looking bemused as always. And well, you can tell he's not pleased. Well, he was just rattled, and well, I'm not sure exactly what the call was. Maybe you can tell me, Colin.
Yeah, well, I'm not too sure there, but let's look at the corner from Sadu. What a header there! What a brilliant header, and he was unlucky. It came off the top of the bar. Fonset didn't know much about it.
I think he's unhappy about the challenge on him after he
at the end, yeah,
he picked up. And well, he's back on his feet at the moment. And well, police, from being in control, they find themselves on a stormy sea, rocking to and fro.
Was it Goddard, James, that had that header, that bullet header? It was really a well-taken corner by Sadu. Again, you look at that, it's a training ground routine. Playing it towards the front, the first post, and the forward or the player runs onto it. But here comes police again.
Well, they're trying to drag themselves back, give themselves some confidence that we saw in the opening few minutes. And well, that one couldn't find Jem Gordon in the end, as Jules Lee comes away with it. Boatswain a bit slow to get off his mark, and he's second to that one, but he does win a throw. Rakim Kadi outpacing the big man. Boatswain, wow, it's touched a bit too heavy, as Jamali Garcia and Gonzalez struggle to get it away, finally do. And it's police ball.
It's a free kick.
Well, this is one of the moments that certainly gave him a scare. And yep, when the big bear of Boatswain runs into you, yeah, you're not going to be happy.
Yeah, he was pushed in the back, wasn't he? Just Boatswain was all over him.
Brent Sam, can he make something happen? Well, not if Cadian Gabriel has anything to say about it, as he clears the danger. Well, they're stretching police at the moment, Defence Force.
Yeah, they've picked up the pace, haven't they? And they're really, as you rightly said, starting to stretch police. I think they're taking police out of their comfort zone. They're not giving police the opportunity, as they were a little earlier, knocking the ball around. Watch the hustle by Lee. I mean, yes, it's a foul. Defense force are not happy with it. But the point is, he's not allowing the players to, the defense force, they're not allowing the police players now to settle on the ball. They were earlier being able to settle on it, knock it around. That has changed. And since that has changed, the police team are rattled, and defense force are going forward in numbers.
Well, Fonseca's a long way from home, isn't he? As he takes this free kick.
He's a strong kick of the ball. We've seen a couple of times where he's gone way over the head of his players and has gone to the keeper. There's Gonzalez with these long balls again.
Looking for Bertrand. Police were trying to get it away, and well, I tell you what, he was taking no prisoners there. Bertrand really flew in with that challenge.
I tell you.
And should have been a throw, confirmed. Inside the last 2 minutes of regulation time in the first half. What a match we've witnessed. Certainly not short of the intensity that we expected. This is long, and the blue shirts get it away. And it's a foot race now for Freitas. And Curtis Gonzalez, as cool as you'd like. And talking about as cool as you like, Christopher Bigat, who gives away a corner.
Well, that was also cool, but certainly not cool that he can give away a corner. You know, he got it one time, play it off. He should have played it one time. He had Gonzalez to his right. He also had to his left. He seemed to have had Lee was to his left. Play it off. Do it early. He tried to dilly-dally, tried to be a little too cute, and is giving away a corner. And how police would love to go ahead in this final minute.
Jabari Mitchell stands guard. Got some big targets to aim at. Bit conservative in the approach here, police. Just committing 5 players in the opposing box. Jem Gordon among them. His goal has them level. And Bigat gets his paw to this one. And this time he keeps it out. Much better from the shot stopper. Well, the closing few minutes. And they'll have to defend the defense force. And Goddard is hassled, but he's won a free kick. Well, this is the last chance of the first half. Jamil Botswain. And regulation time has come to an end. 1 minute is the call of the fourth official rather. So just 1 minute to perhaps add some sort of interest before halftime.
And a free kick here for defense force in a dangerous position. I don't think Gonzalez will go for a goal here. He may look to play that ball into the box. And the head of Garcia or Sam or one of them try to get onto it.
Well, they've certainly got some height. Brent Sam, Botswain is in there.
I think Garcia is also there.
The big men. Keep your eye on that man in the middle, in yellow. Well, can you feel the tension? It's a tense situation at the moment.
Well, we've played the 1 minute of added on time, so I don't expect much action after this free kick.
In the area, and away by the blue shirts, and the whistle from Cecil Hines is one that is not the halftime whistle just yet. Certainly caught some players off guard, including that man. Well, that one is the final halftime whistle as the half comes to an end, and certainly a half not lacking in intensity as the Clásico between the protective services certainly living up to every bit of expectation. Who will move forward in the second 45? We will know after the break, but at halftime, it's Defence Force 1, Police 1. (1-1) the score at halftime here in the Ascension tournament between Police and Defence Force. And what a match we've witnessed. Not short of entertainment. We're even getting at halftime as a slight precipitation begins to come down as we look back at the first half highlights. And as early as the second minute of the match, that created some danger. Then Big Ad called into action, getting his hand on it. But that man, Jem Gordon, he can't stop scoring as he got his 5th goal of the competition right there to put Police ahead 1-0. And then Curtis Gonzalez forcing an error from Cadian Gabriel. And when you make mistakes against the Defence Force, they come back to bite you. And Brent Sam, goal number 6 for him in the tournament. And the equalizer, putting Defence Force back on level pegging. Well, they had more opportunities. Jamil Boatswain is the second highest scorer in the competition, but he left that one to that man who just put it wide.
Felix was the man.
Justin Sadu would get in the action, getting a corner off the head of his player, and Fonset was very good in the end to keep it out. And the statistics, well, it's quite even, Colin Murray.
Yeah, very even. When you look at it, 4 shots to 5, 3 shots on target as opposed to 2 for Defence Force. And then you go through the corners, 1 to 2, the saves, 2 from Defence Force, 1 from Police. So very, very even game so far. I would think Police dominated parts of the first half. Defence Force also dominated parts of the half. But a very even first half, and I think 1-1 is good enough.
And well, what a contest we've witnessed. And let's take a look at some of these saves. I looked at the statistics just a while ago. We've got some saves of the week.
That's right.
We saw some today.
I think it's John David again.
Well, I tell you what. Oh, boost of pace from Garcia. He's gotten past 2.
Oh, he's been brilliant tonight, isn't he?
Oh, that's good. Hudson looking for Hector.
Oh, another great save.
Well, that's the fist of steel.
But it ended with that shot from Hector. He just pushed it, and they got the return ball, and he banged it just to the right of the keeper. But it was a good height for him to push it over the bar, but it had some power behind it.
Well,
you recognize that guy?
Yeah, he's saving the show at the moment, not landing the popular peanut vendor. Always a spectacle at any sporting event. He's here quite frequently.
I'm not too sure if he's outperforming those girls before. I suppose you have your say on that.
Or maybe if it's salt and fresh. Other than that, I'm not quite sure. 1-1 the score between Police and Defence Force. We take a pause and come back.